we all agree that that might be what we need, then maybe we'll look at the average dollar amounts. For those of you that were here last. Strengths in the application, constructive criticism we can give in the application, so that can be all compiled for, city council. And then, we'll take a look at final funding recommendations and make a tentative funding agreement, because once we have everything back, we'll still have one last chance before we take it to city council. So that's kind of the agenda for today. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Jesse, could you bring up the average scores by agency, or the average score for each agency, please?
Yes. I'm sorry, this slide is not going to be as pretty as some of the others.
Well, we're gonna die for that.
Yeah, these are your large, medium, and small organizations.
Okay, so do you have,
What would you like to see?
I think last time we looked at them in total. What's FOTGP in the?
Friends of the Great Plains
Great Plains
Agency.
Nature Center. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I had too many initials.
Yeah, I have this many other ways. I just
Is this workable for everybody? I'll adapt it is. If not, you know, we could just look at them from top to bottom.
I'd rather see it that way.
This way,
No.
top to bottom. Okay.
all right. And by that you mean overall?
Yes.
Yeah, the overall average.
All right.
Alpha, or could you go ahead and
Give me-
sort that?
Give
by-
me
Yep.
1 second,
And if you
please.
sort that by the low on the score, please.
Recorded? We are recording the meeting. The Zoom is recording, because I don't understand. Well, we're just recording all the audio, so it doesn't matter where she's recording it. So we can hear her. If she's on. Yes, she's on. Shannon, you're on?
On.
She's on.
So you'll see that we have a high of 90 and a low of 59.
This is all right, well, I'll just scroll as necessary.
You keep going, I won't even need glasses. No, I'm see anything in there that anyone has a lot of heartburn over? Just looking at the scores. So you've got Exploration Place that's large at 90, Arts Partners at 85, which is a medium. Then you got the Ulrich and the Symphony Music Theater Tiny at 83, Tallgrass at 81, African American 79, Library 78.
I wouldn't mind hearing a little discussion on my public library foundation and 78.
Do we want to do that when we go into the present? I think if we do that when we go into the present.
Okay.
That might be a better place for that discussion. Would you scroll down just a little bit? And there's the rest of the scores. Anything that gives anybody major heartburn, other than maybe some discussion when we get to the library foundation. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Downtown Wichita. I don't feel that they are an eligible organization, and therefore should not be included in the code. Their primary purpose is not arts and culture related. They listed 4 different parts of their mission statement, only one of which was related to arts and culture. In my mind, that doesn't make them an arts and cultural organization.
I would see, the other thing I would add to that, Joe, is that some of the things that they talk about as art projects were actually conducted by other entities, sometimes too, that are here.
Yeah, gallery,
So,
I can understand that, but I think they've been a significant factor. That's what they do. And there's significant beyond the gallery, I think. Several parts to the present day, some parts of the current year, to some parts of the place, like a little bit of place, community support. The south is place down the front side of the agency. In the south area, like there's a lot of things that they need to do. That, they're not necessarily, saying, hey, this is our project. It's more like the organization needed something. That's the person. Yeah, there's no question when you get it and things can, but for part of that, I mean, like, one of the things that is really part of the thing in the gallery, one of the hardest thing is downtown development to better than the money to get the park.
so it looks like there's quite a few folks that have spoken that feel the same way. Would somebody like to make a motion to remove downtown Wichita from zoning consideration?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I'll bring up one other point. If they are approved as a large organization, we require them to provide an audit. The information they provided was not an audit. They had a report from a public accounting firm that verified their transactions, which is different from an audit that expresses an opinion on the accuracy of their financial statements. What they provided is not that. So I feel they're disqualified even if they are a cultural organization. So there are really two reasons in my mind that they don't qualify. And we have disqualified other organizations in the past who were large organizations that didn't provide an audit. So I think we have a precedent that we've established that we need to stay with.
And it's a requirement.
And it's a requirement, right?
Did they submit any rationale for why they didn't include it?
No, I think they probably thought it was, or, provided it, in the expectation that we would agree with it. But, right, and it is not.
Any further discussion?
If I can offer a staff remark, because when we received this application, we did have an internal conversation comparative to this, which is why we gave it to you to make the hard decision of what to do with them. In my eyes, and I won't speak for Jesse, they're comparable to some of the support organizations that also apply for funding. So while they might not be the direct organization presenting the program, they're absolutely supporting it and making it happen comparable to what the other organizations you're vetting in this process. That was kind of our conversation.
I think unfortunately that's just qualified and not having about it.
And I think if we look at it that way, in regards to not having the audit, that's one thing, but going to eliminate them, saying they're not a arts and cultural organization.
So I actually see what you're saying, Lindsay, but I do disagree with that. They are a supporting organization.
but they are a supporting organization of an economic development organization and not a cultural organization. And I think that's the distinction.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand, please. Shannon, vote online so they get yours.
Hold on just a moment. Dominic, are you?
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
By that same token, can I raise up a question that I had about a similar organization, who I have a lot of respect for, and I think does tremendous work, which is Storytime Village? Can we have that same discussion about whether or not they're an arts and culture organization versus an organization that pursues literacy as a goal, which again, I very much respect, but don't necessarily agree with an organization that fits the purpose of the funding here.
Why is literacy not a cultural organization?
I think, I don't see those two as necessarily connected. I think you can advance arts and culture without having a conversation about literacy.
But storytelling is a literary art, and arts and culture includes fine performing and literary arts.
But their goal isn't storytelling, their goal is literacy, which is different. And again, we're the one.
I would tend to agree with you, and I asked her. I asked her specifically when we did Q&A, how do you value or how do you define success? And it was all around family interaction, reading at third grade level, all the things that I think are very, very important. I just am not sure we're the right spending source for that.
Abstain from that.
But I'll bet you have it over. Have you thought of Storytime Village in the past, or is it their first time?
This is the first time.
Application.
Did staff have a discussion with them?
We did, as a point of clarification on your agenda today, you have the mission of the group and the organization as defined by the cultural plan. And we felt there's in that literacy literature sticky ground, which is why we presented to you to review.
And one of the programs is having kids create and publish their own artistic work for their books. They have kids every year writing, which I think would be an artistic endeavor, and that's a large part of their literacy approach.
But we were kicking out downtown Wichita.
I agree with you guys on their mission. I would support them. Did not have the audit if only I voted against that, because we did the exact same thing last year, the year before. And I'm all that. If we're going to be, to Joe's point, we have precedent, we must be consistent.
So on literacy, we don't have a precedent, is that fair?
Well, we had trios, and they were basically literature, an organization based upon the use of literature to advance.
They actually did, I mean, how they did their story time was through performance.
Well, but
this organization does great work. Do not get me wrong. I mean, I totally agree with Nadine. They do great work. They distribute, I don't know how many thousands, she couldn't put a number to it, she felt bad about it, how many thousands of books a year to kids that probably would never have a book or a personal library if it wasn't for their organization. I just, and they do, I agree with you, they do some things that are artistic. There's summer camp for their literacy, they do some fairs, but I don't think that's not what they set out to do. They set out to do literacy, and they're using that maybe as a way to entice people to come in and learn more about them.
I think it's a fine point perhaps, but on the application, the mission is to inspire a lifelong love of reading. It's not to get kids reading at third grade level, which I think is the difference between the artistic literature and literacy.
Right.
Say that again.
So
making a distinction there.
Lifelong love of reading would be
so
similar to an organization, lifelong love of music.
Yeah.
But when she talks about it, she often talks about the outcome of reading at third grade level and the success things that come from that, because their target audience are underserved children who tend not to read at grade level. But it's about getting them to love reading, love literature.
If you don't have, if you are unable to read, you're not gonna have that lifelong love of reading the books. and literature.
Yeah, but again, to me, that goes back to our fundamental purpose of the organization is to ensure that people can read.
No, well, to have a lifelong love of literature, you need to be able to read, right?
Yeah,
So they kind of go hand
which
in
is
hand.
like
And
not
we have
art.
on your education and artistic leadership through public production, advancement,
So when
preservation.
we
But then any educational organization could apply.
Right, when we'll start getting other educational organizations that do that, and there are many in this
Right.
community, how are you gonna differentiate them from, because there's not a lot of difference.
I think it would be easy to differentiate.
I mean, they're being supported by the Kansas Creative Arts and Industries Commission, the National Endowment for the Arts, participating in the Kansas Literacy Festival.
Probably for very specific projects, not for support funding, which is what we would be providing.
Well, I think, I disagree with you. I think fundamentally, in order that an organization that's dedicated to promoting a lifelong love of reading, which enables people, which is the threshold to understand, appreciate literature, requires this as a step in the same way that an arts organization, a music organization that might present educational programs to inspire a love of music and education. I just don't see a distinction there. I think
I
you're
see a very
privileging
distinct
literature. I think-
line.
What's that?
I see a very clear line between
I don't see
music
that.
and reading.
I don't see.
I'm with the same, I don't see that either, particularly audience they are working with. If you do not get these kids reading, they are not going to get the other cultural appreciation. I mean, one of the reasons I would argue about the Friends of the Little Public Library in the same way, but I support that because the underlying purpose they have by advancing that literacy improve the cultural outcome for our community and these kids.
You will support the library television.
Yeah, for me, that fell into more the cultural side of it, whereas, again, I just thought story time and literacy is not, to me, is not equitable to, it's not equatable to these other organizations where their mission is about arts and culture.
It goes to Marquis.
Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion either way on Storytime Village, please?
I move that we keep Storytime Village open for funding.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, any further discussion?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Shannon votes yes.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries to leave them in. Dan, did you have something on the Library Foundation that you wanted to talk, or you want to talk more to their number as opposed to inclusion?
About their number now, because
Okay. Any others that we want to have discussion about whether they
Just,
fit or not?
thank you.
Okay, I'll bring one up. I still have an issue with music on site. Because of their small structure and most of that structure residing outside of the state of Kansas. And so that's really my heartburn, as these are city tax dollars.
Yeah, I'm going to second that, especially when during the discussion, a lot of their school partnerships were not in Wichita. Yeah, like, I mean, in our discussion, I strongly support them on the developing arts funding. I stand by that. I don't know if they fit the funding measure we have here.
With respect to cultural funding grant.
Yeah, for this one here. That's why when in our other discussion, I was bringing up, make sure we had funding for it
Yeah.
there. Because reading through that, I thought there might be challenges, and then especially when I heard that the school districts, they were dealing with working with stuff.
if someone were to say, and I'm not gonna say this, but if someone were to say, Well, you gave them 5,000 to develop, why didn't you give them something to operate? What did you say to them?
And the weird development program they have, I don't quite think they reached the threshold for the operational grants yet. And I mean, I write down, I'd like to see more focus on the Wichita metro area, for their programming next year, the educational aspect of it.
Yeah, the thing that really filled it for me was when they said they had maybe 18 or 19 students in Wichita, said we can. But yet their other numbers are much larger than that.
Well, their audience, I mean, the people that come to the shows, they do December is
Yeah.
comparable to many organizations that we do fund.
Yeah.
Even better, but
So I think that the artistic merit, the programming they do for the retirement community, fantastic. From an educational standpoint, what they're really pushing, they need to focus more on the metro area to get that developmental funding. Or the, I'm sorry, the cultural funding.
I agree with that.
I will move that we remove, what was that, music on site for consideration for cultural funding.
But not as a precedent in the future.
I mean, we're gonna put down, not in the future, just for this
Right.
round. Yeah, just for this round.
So
Okay. I try not to second, but so we've got
Dan is a second.
Dan as a second. Any further discussion?
And I would like, as we write down kind of our explanation, of what we'd like to see for them for potential funding in the future, for the kind of cultural funding side.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, which would be to not consider them for funding, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. You got Shannon's one. Motion carries.
I didn't give them much.
Jerry, for you, where did you vote, Jerry?
I voted for the motion.
Thank you.
One that I think I'm probably gonna have an issue with is, the sweet Adelines. That was a big one for me. I think there were a couple of red flags for me. One thing was during the entire interview, a lot of what was talked about was one particular member's endeavors and the things that she's been able to accomplish. You notice?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in addition to that, the remark of whether or not they do anything, especially for underserved communities, and the answer was, well, this isn't for every culture. That's a huge red flag for me because to have an organization that you say is just not for every culture, so you're not going to do anything for other cultures in the community. Even with Kansas African American Museum, it's a museum dedicated to the preservation of African American artifacts, right? But they serve every culture in the community. That to do anything other than that, I think is a huge red flag. And I wouldn't want to see everybody pay tax dollars into something that's not going to serve.
Yeah, I mean, I scored them very low. I put it even more broadly than you. I agree with everything you said. To me, it's just like reading their application and then especially hearing them talk. They are not yet an organization that actually cares about its community or the audience. It's almost like a mini pilot professional development program, personal enrichment program for the women who sing in it, but they're not interested in like having a nonprofit based accountable relationship with an audience and a community. I just don't see that in any of the statements. It seems like it's very much about the 25 women who sing, which is great, but like that's not, to me, that doesn't make the foundation for support. Whereas virtually every other institution feels itself accountable to a community that they're trying to provide a service for. I don't see that Sweet Adelines is providing a service to anybody except the people that are in this competitive club that's a national circuit. That's why.
And I think that's valid.
Yeah.
What I would ask, I think all that conversation is great conversation. What I would ask, is there anyone that we need to exclude here? And we'll carry that maybe over when we look at dollar amounts. That we would exclude here because we don't think they fit the criteria, i.e. they don't have an audit, you know, et cetera.
Sure.
At this point in time, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Anyone else that we need to have discussion on at this point?
Are we gonna have a motion?
Okay,
If we can talk about clerical
Can we talk about,
Can we talk about clerical issues with scoring in general? Or do you wanna?
I think we can just
Okay.
go, yeah. Can you now stick the dollar amount up? And I know we're gonna have to adjust the dollar figures, but can you get the dollar outreach for us?
Yeah.
Oh, that's requested. Oh,
I'm getting
look
there.
at you go.
Hang on, sorry.
Probably eat.
Find these two.
Did we want to have a motion on this?
Yeah, we're not
No,
saying
we're-
we're eligible.
I think we wait until the fund.
It's not a question of whether they're eligible, it's whether the question be funded.
That's the average awarded.
He is,
Yes,
okay, can you hide INJ then?
Yeah.
Thank you,
of course.
thank you, I think that just makes it a little easier to say. Okay, with that, I'm gonna let us kind of jump. And can we go all the way down wherever it's at? Can we go all the way down to, Sweet Adelines, wherever they are?
Yeah, right here, 22.
Ah, great.
And can we remove the dollar amounts for the music on site in downtown Wichita? Just remove those rows altogether. Oh, yeah, all right. Can you see where our current spending rubric is?
Well, if he hit it,
Well,
but
that's
that's
gonna leave
leaving
it
the
in the
dollar,
total.
it's gonna keep it the total.
I didn't hide it, I removed it.
Oh, you did remove it.
Average awards was about 8.8 thousand over, so, you are now 1,600 under.
So guys, you're gonna have to work on our math. Okay. That being said,
It was probably Shannon.
okay, that being said, I'd like to continue the discussion that we started on Sweet Chorus, or Wichita Chorus Sweet Adelines. And they have an average, dollar amount of 361.
I move that we not fund.
I'll second that.
Okay,
And,
any further discussion?
well, I think we should present a rationale.
Did you catch the rationale from before in the conversation, or do you want us to repeat it again?
Receipt, I got it.
Okay. And so basically, I'm gonna recap. I didn't take as great notes as I know city staff did. I'm basically gonna recap is that they were serving a very small population. It seemed to be a very closed population, not open and culturally sensitive. Are there anything else that I missed from the high points on that?
I think we could say on all of these that the money not granted could be used to greater effect by other organizations.
Well said. Well said.
Dan made a motion, Joe, you second?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to not fund Wichita Chorus Sweet Adelines. All those in favor, raise your
Hold on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just from a clerical standpoint, to me, it would hardly be worth the paperwork to give them $360. I mean, I think we ought to set some minimum. If we're gonna draw up a contract, require reports, you know, it just doesn't make sense to do it for small amounts of money, in my mind. But if staff wants to. We will.
We work for you.
Whatever the funding committee-
So let's take that as a sidebar. I'm gonna table that momentarily. We've got a motion on the floor to not fund Wichita Chorus Sweet Adelines. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign.
That's a rare.
I'm assuming you. You need to tell me if.
Shannon voted yay to not fund, so motion carries unanimously.
Any opposed or abstaining? Great. Okay, where do you want to start, guys?
Can I point out some clerical things that came in?
Mhm.
This is a point of conversation. Two committee members did not submit their full rubrics or full scoring. Totally separate issues. One, we did not receive a detailed score from, and then one we did not receive funding recommendations for, so they weren't complete rubrics that were submitted. So some discussion back and forth with both of those committee members, but ultimately it's up to the committee on how to, do you want to include those scores as aggregates or not include them in the totals as well.
So let me ask, when you calculated the total, and I'm gonna pick on the one that didn't do a dollar score. So if there's 10 now on the committee, that would be 9. So I'm assuming you took the average by 9. Okay. But their score would be still in the average.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse, this includes everything that was received, so this would have 9 total funding and 10 total scores. However, we did not receive full backup data for those scorings.
Oh, you just got an
in the
aggregate, the total for
The
each
total.
applicant.
Jesse, how did you handle someone who had a conflict and didn't provide a score or a dollar
If
amount?
they didn't provide a conflict, the average is just lower. That is to say, the number across the average. So
But if they did have a conflict, like
So like on,
Anthony with Storytime Village, how did you?
Did you count him or did you not?
Yeah, did you divide by 10 or by 9?
Anthony's funding for Storytime Village was not included in its average. There was no funding. I don't fully understand.
I couldn't even vote on, it was zeroed out of my Excel
Yeah.
spreadsheet to vote for the Wichita Symphony. I didn't receive their application, so I allocated all the money, the 432, to the 21 organizations for which
That
I
you
was.
could
I
provide.
Does that explain?
But what I'm gonna get, so
Okay.
when you did the score for, in that regard to symphony, did you get your average by dividing by 10 or by dividing by 9?
9.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So we have 10, we have everyone submitted scores, but one of them didn't submit the backup for every rating.
Correct.
But we're down 1 funding recommendation.
I'm the one who didn't submit the granular part. I submitted the average, the score for community financial standing and quality. I've never submitted the granular sub numbers for that. I've always submitted what I gave you. And I do see where you sent me that sheet this time. I've never seen all of it before. So I'm the guilty party who has not submitted the granular material. I did say that I would submit that later so that if somebody comes in to ask or complain, you'll have it. But I was really, here's how I work these things. I read the whole application. I think very hard about what I've seen and done in the past year to see what these organizations have done. I'd look to see if the application reflects what I've seen as opposed to, the standard sort of PR, we're a great organization, et cetera. And then I go through and find a score for the 3 categories: quality of the organization, financial stability, and community impact. And then on that basis, I make an overall score, and then I put in funding. So I'm the guilty party who has not submitted the tiny decimal points behind all that. And that's why.
So I can't speak to what's happened in previous years, but, well, my experience so far with the committee, we met earlier in the spring to approve the applications. Then we followed up with a meeting to approve the rubric and score form where we went through. The score form is reflective of the application itself, and the points are reflective of bullet points within that. So that was the agreed upon rubric for which all the applicants would be scored. So without that, it's hard to be equitable or to tell all applicants that there is an equitable review, that all committee members were looking at the same data and reviewing on the same bullet points. So that's kind of the clerical conundrum that staff sees. That ultimately is up to the committee on how you would like to receive, if you would like.
So in that regard, it would have to be, in that regard, it would have to be all or none. So what you would do is you would throw out the scores and dollar amounts for the both applicants, the one that didn't provide a dollar amount, the one that didn't provide detailed scoring. And then we'd have to re-average to see what that looks like. And so my question is, Jesse, do you have that already calculated, or do we need to take a 15-minute break so you can calculate that?
So
We can see the difference.
combined awards already don't have the award amounts that are missing.
Okay, so if you took out the two on the scores, what would that look like?
I have those.
No, wait a minute, say that again. Say what you told me the dollar amounts have.
So the dollar amounts are already down,
One applicant.
one applicant.
One member. So you'd have to reduce them by the second member.
Yep, and I have done that.
And then have you reduced the scores by both members? Do you have one that words reduce the scores by both members?
Not yet, but it would take me less than 5 minutes.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Oh, let's do them 7.
Yeah.
Can I ask the question just to see how the numbers are different?
Right.
If they are?
See if there's a significant variance.
I will say, okay, give me a second.
So we decided that, what did we decide?
We haven't decided anything
So
yet.
just look at the numbers and see if.
So how the numbers changed on mine? If I submitted a score and a dollar amount, what are you gonna change here?
They remove the score and the dollar amount, as they would remove the score from the other applicant that did not put in a dollar amount, because the dollar amount's not there for that applicant currently. And so then we would divide by 8, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, no, 3. Yeah, 8.
Don't know that I agree with eliminating Dan's score, well, dollar allocations from the average. I mean, if he's offered to provide the detail, I'm sorry that wasn't provided initially, but it seems like he's done the work. And I understand, your point that we all agreed to this beforehand, but I mean, it's a tremendous amount of work to go through and do all this, and then to just eliminate it doesn't seem.
As a point of information to what contributing what Joe's saying, I could be in error. We're all subject to error. We're all fallible, but I do not recall it all submitting anything other than the total score last year. So.
And that's where I can't speak to what's happened in the past.
And I thought we sent our score sheets in, at least I've always sent the entire scoring sheet, because I mean, it hasn't changed in the 3 years I've been on this, and I just submitted the entire thing each time.
I did that this time, but I didn't do that last time.
I would say removing these two gentlemen, these two people. Not ruining it.
Come on.
The women did well.
These two people consistently score organizations higher than other members of this committee. Scores on average will drop 3 to 4 points.
Do you want to show?
I mean, sure.
This is just a score, it's not the funding.
Yes.
Do you have it too?
Yep.
So much for our break.
Yeah.
I think
We talked
one of my
Right.
internal concerns just for compliance is, well, I've got lots of concerns about lots of things. But making sure that you're scoring based on what the applicants applied for and what they understood in their application. It's a very meaty application. It's an abundance of work for the applicants. And they filled out this information understanding that they were scored on that, not based on committee members' personal experience with their organization, which is commendable and super important and undoubtedly appreciated, which is, I definitely express that to you, but is not necessarily relevant to the scoring itself.
So you're saying that we can only consider what's on the application, we cannot consider anything else?
We really should.
That's pretty hard.
That is what this committee agreed upon at the May meeting when they approved the rubric. To my understanding.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember.
And there's no reason for someone like me to sit on this committee if I can't bring into my
I
experience.
think you do, but I think
Yeah.
the primary purpose is based on this and not taking all, like, to Dan's point, unfortunately, he said that he watches their year with those performances and bases on that to make sure the application fits that. I mean, we all have at some level experienced these organizations. And that unfortunately will come into the consideration. It shouldn't be the primary focus.
I think especially in the initial scoring, because
Yeah.
what I fear is if we do score based on, our experiences with the organization, there's a great chance that I'll go into exploration place and have a very bad experience. If that's not their overall organization, if I score based on that. it could-
That's also incredibly subjective, which makes scoring people fairly tremendously difficult.
And like my first year was in 2020, and I was, hoping that the African American Museum's application was better than what it was. And I was heartbroken by the decision I had to base my funding choices based on their application and how poorly that was. And even the interview itself.
So there's no subjectivity in the way we
No,
score.
I mean, we're all gonna have that in our basic, but it can't be my primary function.
I also don't see subjectivity as a bad thing. I think this is a hard judgment to call these decisions. And I have good subjectivity. That's why I'm on this committee.
We're not saying that's not part of it, we're just saying that
That
you
can't
have,
be
that you have to score based on the
Yeah,
application.
that can't be the driving factor. I mean, I think Dan may have described his process more broad, and that was the driving function. Now,
Otherwise, there's no point of having an application. We just need to all go visit and watch a proposal.
No, I disagree with that. That's,
yeah,
it's not.
I think I don't know that, I know some of you guys recommended that we have to go see the performances. I think if we recommend it, we actually experience them. Like, I like going to music theater. I commend what Storytime Village does, but I mean, some of their things in the application, permanent financial situation will affect my impact on recommendations for the funding.
However this may be, if Joel holds to his original statement, I would not want to remove Dan's score.
No, I don't think at this point.
We can disagree about, how we do this. Well, I think everyone on the committee is hardworking, thoughtful, cares about the process.
Well, and I think the way that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dan, but I think, or anybody, but your experience with the organization, then as you read the application, you see where you may have disconnects, and then that drives in part the questions that we asked during the interview
That's true.
to get clarification.
And that feeds its way back into our comments to the applicant, right?
Right.
And that's all great.
Yeah.
And in defense of staff, though, we need to make sure we're all consistent in what we do so that
Right.
their job isn't necessarily easier, but there's fewer challenges
And it's fair to
which
the
can
applicant.
arrive.
So are these the ones, Jody, where it changed
These are
the number?
the ones that changed. Sorry. So, original change.
And downtown is irrelevant at this point.
Original change.
So the change is the one in column P.
No, that's an average, just to help see.
Okay.
See, I can put them side by side.
Oh, that's right.
Hang on.
You know, if I may, I'd like to say one more thing about being finding people who score highly. Over the years, I've always done.
What did I do?
And I've done so because I really believe that these organizations are not a group of criminals trying to defraud the city. They're actually really hardworking organizations, some of which barely survive year to year. Their financial stability is always in doubt. Some of our biggest organizations have that problem. And so I don't feel like it's a crime to score these things highly as long as your scoring is consistent with the quality of the organization, the financial stability, the community impact. Financial stability, we've had organizations go on the brink of failure for 40 years and they always pull it off at the last second. So I don't tend to look for ways to not fund things. I don't tend to look for ways to punish organizations. I think in the past, we're no longer in that position, I was pleased to say. But in the past, we've been viewed as a punitive organization, with having a punitive psychology. And that's one reason I've always tried to score as positively and as highly as I can. I know that sounds unusual coming from somebody with as cynical a math as I have. But that's why I'm on the people who scored high.
I just have to go on the record and say, I also don't perceive people as criminals. I also think every organization here is worthy of celebration for what it contributes to our community. And just using the process, I think that's the fairest thing we can do to get everybody an equal shot at the funding. So I just want to say.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody here thinks they're criminals trying to run away with money.
No, I say, those people are dumb.
So to try to bring us back around, so we're not here to all day today and tomorrow. So here's what the scores would look like if we took those two individuals out. And I think the biggest one, I'm not seeing a lot of dirt. I think the biggest fluctuation is,
I'm sorry, just say it again, the left is with or
The
without?
left, it would be the updated scores, the right are the current scores.
P is original, C is revised.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of
I don't see.
number variation.
It's, like I said, on average, it's maybe a 3-point drop.
Do we need a motion to keep their scoring in? Or is this a discussion point?
I think we probably need a motion.
I would move that we keep the scores in and request that the two members submit their granular data. Is there a certain time frame you'd like that done by?
Before, I believe at your next meeting is when the full package is ratified, so we would want it before then.
So how about we say by next Friday?
How about we say by,
We would need it by next
Or
Wednesday
next-
Yeah. because they
in
gotta
order to
calculate.
have it
By August.
in before that.
So I move that we keep the full scores in of the two members and request they provide their granular order data to city staff by August 3rd.
Second.
Will I be voting them? But I didn't take a conflict. of interest.
So as a point of clarification, so we'll have the scores from all members, but less one on the dollar allocation.
Like just say complete rubric and allocation
Well,
by August 3rd.
Okay.
yeah, I think for the individual that didn't put in a dollar amount, they
Right.
have the opportunity to use their voice today, assuming, yeah, everyone's here, have their voice today that they could do that. But I think for backup for you all, we need to have them also submit their new dollar amounts. Or their dollar amounts in, so we have it.
Even though it won't be included in
It won't be
Right.
included in the recommendation.
But I don't know how you can overlook a modification or an acceptance of a deviation from the scores and not look at it, how you're gonna address the deviation from the dollars.
Sorry, a further point of clarification, sorry. So Dan, did you use the criteria that was in the scoring document?
Yes, and that's how I arrived at a score for quality of the organization, financial stability, and community. impact.
That makes me feel better, because we're basically documenting what the work you did versus I had heartburn if you hadn't used that, and we're just gonna go back and fill that in, so I feel much better about that, thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to accept the scores of the two individuals as submitted. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed,
And Shannon's a yay. So motion.
motion carries,
and one abstention.
and one abstention.
And then if I can just follow up for more administrative clarification, we're getting through this year. There's many opportunities to improve this process going into the next iteration. So stay tuned for that, but let's get through this first and then we'll use some fall meetings to what the future could behold to make this as easy for all parties moving forward.
So we need to do something to address what we're gonna do with the dollar amounts. So I think we do need a motion as it relates to the dollar amounts that, since we do have one individual that has not submitted dollar amounts with their application. Anybody wanna,
How did you word it as far as providing them the opportunity now to, what did you say earlier? So we can get that.
utilize their voice?
Yes.
I think what we would do is something along the lines, you're gonna make me sound wonderful, right? Something along the lines, or any of you all make me sound wonderful. Something along the lines that we will provide them the opportunity to input their dollar amounts. But that it may not impact anything since they have the opportunity to use their voice today. But since they did submit an incomplete application, this would, much like the score issue, would allow them to have a complete. Be included in the complete scoring application.
So it'd be a motion to use the current dollar amounts as presented and then allow that person who didn't provide them the opportunity to use their voice in this discussion. Would that be the motion? I moved what I just said.
Um,
Nope, I got one.
I'm not.
Cause you just, the previous motion was to accept all the
Oh,
scores.
yes.
Mhm.
And
Right,
now
and
about
we
the
voted
dollar
that.
discussion.
So this one would be to accept. We did move the scores, but
This would be to use the dollar amount presented as a reference point and allow the person who didn't put scores in the ability to provide that information.
how
after the
about that
discussion.
they turn in their dollar amount scores and that through the discussion
They
today,
can share that
their
information.
voice will be able to share in what the discussion.
Okay.
So they won't impact what we've done today in our discussion of dollar figures because they have an opportunity to voice their concerns. Or agree, okay?
Jesse's
Is that
confused too.
clear as mud? Somebody want to try and second Dominique's?
Second, so with this committee today will deliberate based on 9 out of 10
Dollars.
dollar amounts.
Yes.
However, the 10th person will participate in discussion and through that discussion, weigh in on the funding amounts.
So well said, Sam. Yes, thank you.
You had to hear it like 6 times.
Everybody
stay up here at 7 before it sticks.
Can you do it again? No.
Yeah.
So is everybody clear on the motion? Okay. The other one, probably more a fairness thing than an impact thing. I don't know that it's it's not gonna impact anything we do today, but
Right.
it's gonna provide the documentation that city will need for if somebody asks to see that.
It's accountability and compliance for the committee,
Right.
right?
Right.
Everyone complied, I guess.
It's also courtesy more to the applicants and in my eyes, the applicants submitted a boatload of work and this is your opportunity to spend the boatload of work on the back end to back. So it's more of a courtesy. thing.
If hearing no discussion, the motion, I'm not gonna repeat it. Is to, all in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Dan, are you abstaining?
Shouldn't I?
Yes, but that's okay.
No, you can put on this one.
You can vote on this one. You,
'Cause
you turned in dollar amounts.
Okay, sure.
Regardless, the motion carried.
So no
Yeah.
opposition. And Shannon
Now we take that
is
break.
a yay.
We're,
Gonna take that break
Yeah,
so you
take
can
that
get
break.
your.
can you take
I
that
mean-
back to the top?
These are all.
I would like a break.
We're
Yeah,
good.
break first, next
Let's
break.
go ahead. Too much coffee already? Let's take a 5 minute. Is that gonna give you enough time? 5 minute break?
I'm great, I'm done.
Oh. Go, let's take a 5 minute break. I think we'll need to. Leave the facility.
We're trying to rock these services.
I've got
You know, I'm not involved.
probably 30 tabs, so whatever you ask for, I probably have some. Have to go find it.
I think, and I should say that when we're not on a break, but kudos to Jesse for that. Down her. She was on the class. Oh. See, I knew he was smart, so you know, like, we'll get out tonight. I can share with that after.
Yeah, we're right.
Now it'll be. And very nice, so you know.
Check with.
I'm gonna ask them over the- That's where they'll bring out. And then it's where the top of the- So we do have how much money to get back?
$1,600.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
No, sorry, $2,000. You got $2,000 that you have left to allocate.
And that was a question.
They removed
That's so.
on site, they removed downtown, and they chose not to fund the stuff we done. Downtown was sitting at around 9,500. So that was the majority of it.
And I felt so bad that I got that number wrong. Right, the 17 degree. Yeah.
We all have our boat loads for us to pass at different points.
Yeah.
Well, those people who have conflicts, like rather than setting aside money for the organization that they have conflict with, they assign it to other places. That bumped it up. So there's just.
Yeah, it always does.
There are several columns that take these numbers and adjust them down fully until we get zero. If we need to look at it that way.
And then if we, I'm gonna use, I think we were on. So you're gonna bring it up, because it's gonna be depressed. That will adjust us based on. Yes, the actual dollars. Instead of. Put their-
Bill Cosby.
My top floor now.
Yeah, regardless of size.
But then.
Yeah, I have that column.
Whether eligible, is anybody in this cap, did anybody get what?
Nobody sets a cap on close.
Okay.
Sometimes it's a little confusing, you know, if you just look at scores and you wonder like, why is this one so much bigger than this one? Yeah. But even our smaller organizations have a wide variety of cap amounts. So like, if we chose to fund Wichita Forest Speed Adeline, they're at like $1,300. Whereas Regina's at like 28. Yeah, so, you know.
Way too full. So.
We just need to be mindful.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, come by, I'd love to get you. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't do that all. But there are that, you know, we had all of our stolen. I think you put that, Mike is down, you could do it, I mean, yeah, it'd be cool. I actually asked. And even if. So much. Well, I'm sure I appreciate it, maybe. It's just gonna be really well. I mean, she could already do it, so. Yeah, I like. I think you things get pushing for this small.
But we get it by part first, yeah. Then the lowest amount and the lowest current score.
That's nice.
Well, I guess Adeline score is still holding.
Anything else?
Adeline tomorrow.
Based on quality of that.
Do you want size then 4?
Please.
Yep, easily.
The critical writing and all that.
Hey,
Brown.
oh, no, sorry.
Program you had to submit. And selected 10 right.
The one that always gets me, I always forget to do the largest, smallest, and then. It's like.
I'd say have the time to grab it.
All right.
But I did. He said we write it as a third time for 2 people. That's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just give everybody $20,000.
Yeah. I think everybody's back in the room, and at least two. What I've asked Jeffrey to do is to,
Walk over the
what I asked Jeffrey to do is sort this first by size and then by score. And with that, before we get started going through, I don't want to say the pros and cons, but the things they did really well and the things where we would like to, maybe we could give them some pointers on how they could strengthen their future applications. Is there anyone that we need a discussion on for funding at this point in time?
Funding in general or the level of funding?
Funding in general, we're going to talk about level of funding. We've got to.
Let me know if you need me to scroll. There's another 4 that we can't see.
Not hearing anything, so I'm gonna go ahead and start.
Okay, no, I'm
Sorry.
slow. I think that I would like to, this is just like a philosophical thing, but I am troubled that the very high quality applications like Exploration Place, which scored a 90 percentage wise, doesn't see that reflected in the grant amount.
And I value your concern. I mean, good, I can see all the medians. If you look at the medians, I have that same
Well,
concern,
right.
especially with the medians. So
It is small, yeah.
I think we're gonna have to look at adjusting our dollar figures. So what I'd like to do is go through before we do that and identify their strengths and maybe those things that we think they could work on. So that when we have the discussion about the dollar amount, we have it based on the input of the group
Right.
on the application. Does that sound feasible to everyone? Okay.
As we go through, can you also remind us if they've been funded last year, at what level?
We can, I would say. That's not a requirement for the discussion, that it's a new application every year. So we absolutely have that data available, but you don't necessarily need to or have to or should reflect previous year's funding.
Okay.
Well, we could make a motion to ask for it and we all sign up through.
It's on the score sheet. You have it. I can go sit next to you. I have it up here too. Yeah, your score sheet has it.
Was it? I think he had an older version. So, sorry, not everybody.
I can absolutely provide that information.
My concern was like, if somebody submitted a great application last year, we funded them at a certain level, they submitted a great application again this year, we went lower for whatever reason. I would.
If you have a different number, I guess you have a different number of applicants and a different number of funding available.
Okay.
So that it can be a
So we'll help applicants understand that if they got a lower amount than last year, that does not reflect a deficiency on their part, rather that the process is just, it's a new year, it's a new pool. Understand that we're not punishing anybody.
right.
Okay.
It's a fresh competitive application every year is what we want to make sure.
As long as
applicants-
folks, I just want to make sure applicants understand that we're not, or if there is a deficiency, we'll let them know what it is. That makes a lot better. Thank you.
But I can provide that information, absolutely.
I think that follow through that you just named is really important is, do we need to provide that? And does this committee need to be conscientious and provide that feedback in cases where there is a significant variance in what we send back to them, or will that communication happen?
That
separately?
communication comes from staff.
Okay, thank you.
And that's part of the internal, like, the front end of the application, making sure that applicants know that it's not guaranteed funding, just because you received X amount last
Sure.
year, it doesn't mean you'll
Sure.
get the same next year. So it's a fresh pool every year. We don't do tiered funding. It's not on a 3-year cycle or anything like that. It truly is a fresh application. Like, once we get through this process, if you decide you want to change that, there's absolutely the opportunity to do that, but that's what we have right now to go.
Great, thank you.
So I'm gonna suggest, excuse me, that we go ahead and start with our first small, which is Arise.
Would you
And are
mind
there-
if we made some overall comments about the applications?
All the
in general?
applications?
Yes.
We can do
I
that.
mean,
Do you have some suggestions, Sharon?
well, one in particular stood out in my mind, and that is many of the applicants did not provide any economic impact information or didn't provide any quality of life. Our final question, if you will,
I mean, it was not substantive, the answers were not particularly substantive.
or missing entirely in some cases. I mean, they talked about what a great organization they were, but didn't give us any information on, why that was.
I can think of maybe one or two that did a really good job in
Yeah.
doing some of that.
Right.
Maybe they got one part, they got the economic impact really well, but the quality of life is just
Yeah.
slapped.
Yeah.
So no, I understand.
Now, to counter that, I will say overall quality of the applications were substantially better, barring that.
Agreed. Thank you. I agree with you. I was like, wow, these just seem better a lot in many cases.
Another comment I have would be that some of the organizations seem to indicate the funds would be used for program services, not operations. And this is an operating grant. And that wasn't universal, but it was often enough that it stands out in my mind.
And I took that in consideration when I scored them on that point.
I did as well. But I mean, that's an easy one to correct, it would seem like. I mean, we give them examples of what they can.
They all have
Tell us
salaries and
everything.
utilities, right?
Yeah.
Well, and we ask for very specific financial reports, and we don't always get those financial reports. So helping applicants understand when we ask for a balance sheet or a profit and loss, that those are specific reports would be helpful.
I will say many nonprofits use different terms
Right.
for those sheets. So we might look at language.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great, but it was hard to compare sometimes.
I agree.
Evaluate.
Okay, back to Arise.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. It's not gonna be, cause like I said, we're gonna have to modify that based on some, but I think, it's a good start point. Comments, positive regarding Arise's application, any feedback you wanna give them on their application?
I mean, they certainly did a really good job of funding themselves to get the GC, and they seem to be making use of that to kind of enhance their reputation with donors and supporters here. That's one, I mean, that's the obvious nice thing that needs to be said about what they've done. But I didn't see a lot of improvement. I mean, I felt like that this is a case where the application didn't tell their best story. And that's unfortunate because the scoring wasn't great.
Yeah.
But it is a big achievement for them to get the funding to go to DC.
They really stress that in the application to the detriment, as you say, of, you know, their overall performance.
I would agree with that. I thought their application spent too much on what they had done with DC as opposed to some of the things. When we started talking to them in the Q&A, that's where I heard much more of what they were doing to reach out to the community, the website development, how they were reaching out to business organizations. So I would agree that they look to, when, especially in the one that asked for future, that they really highlight those future endeavors that they are going, that they have planned. And then they're a very financially sound organization. I think,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
kudos to them. That's very hard in this day and age.
We're not comparing. I also thought they did a nice job with, I know it's just a paragraph on the front of the page, but describing the organization's operations. I think that's a skill to be able to quickly and
Yeah.
succinctly, effectively tell like what the organization does, and not everybody did that well. So I thought I was excited to read it because I was like, oh, that's great stuff. And then it was like all about DC. So, but they had a great start.
Elevator speech.
Yeah, great elevator speech.
Yeah, their spokesperson, I can't remember his name. He did
Yeah.
he did a good job of like, graciously, in a dignified way, admitting we're not good at this. Here's what we're doing to work on that. We're getting younger people know what they're doing in these areas. But I feel like that rehabilitated, like I adjusted their score a little bit based on the fact that I like it. And I thought that they did a better job telling themselves in person.
I'd also like to commend, the fact that they are still looking for those younger members. But if we look at their application and their conversation as compared to last year, you can tell that they've had an increased effort. And actually doing, last year it was like, okay, so what are you doing to find those younger members? They didn't get a great answer. This year it was, we're actually engaging the colleges, we're engaging with,
Fair enough.
high school graduates and then, so.
Maybe we look forward to their continued improvement and then.
Yes. Oh, and the fact that they did actually get a younger member, though they won't be singing with them, but they were able to find someone and they actually engaged social media.
Right,
I think
right.
That was something I brought up to them last year as well. And they actually are engaging social media a lot.
That was a big thing for me.
Anything, well, that we want them to improve upon, other than, you know, maybe continue with some of those things. Website, outreach, younger audiences or younger members.
I suspect that they're doing more in terms of performance benchmarks than what they documented, which is really just attendance of performances. Like the outreach to you, like that would have been a great measure to include, but it wasn't there. So maybe just like
Yeah.
building out those performance metrics or benchmarks.
And even doing a better job sharing the partnerships they have. They have a lot of. They partner with a lot of other arts organizations out there, and I think they share some, but they could share more.
Sure.
Anything else that we want to say about this group? Moving on to Regina.
I still, she's tried to accommodate some of our stuff, getting more information about breaking out Wichita in California. But her class attendance numbers, he said, are still mixed. Those numbers are very low, and our audience attendance numbers are very low. Well, I feel like the application has improved, the substance of what they're doing is not changed.
I'm a little disappointed with, I don't know for how many years we've asked them about the status of adding more Kansas members to the board. And it's always coming, but it never seems to get there.
I think she added one this year. Yeah, there is,
Yeah,
there is a
there's
Kansas,
one.
there's a Kansas board member.
I was impressed with the number of Kansas members of the dance troupe, though.
Well, but the dance troupe is headquartered here in Wichita. I don't think they do any performances in California.
I want to, the first year I was on here, there was maybe one body from Wichita on the dance troupe. They were all California.
Okay,
There are 3 members of the board that are from Wichita, including Regina.
Well, we can't count Regina. So is that her board or her advisory committee? There's a difference. There's the advisory committee is Wichita.
And there's one on the board, which is Jan's the only Wichita board member.
Well, she
It
did,
is a small board to begin with.
Yeah. Very.
So
yeah, and the person that was with her did express that he would be joining the board, so I suspect next year we'll see
Yeah.
a further increase. But I agree that is something that we brought up last year. Though it has not been easy during the pandemic, but that's something that we could. Count us in, I know during the pandemic, trying to get a Wichita board. It's good.
And I'd like to recommend to them that they take some care in the completion of the forms. So not all of our forms were completely filled out. And those that were, sometimes the narrative didn't agree with the numbers. For an example, I think in one, don't have the page number, she indicated that there were no performances made, but yet when you went to her attendance, she had attendance of over 800. So did you do no performances or did you do performances? So there's just not that care taken in filling out the application.
I do think that the application that's Jerry acknowledged was significantly better this year than last year.
I would say their answer number 3 on performance benchmark. Sorry to keep bringing that up, but I thought they did a nice job. They have quite a few qualitative and quantitative measures and have documented some of the adjustments they've done to
Yes.
demonstrate that. So I thought that was impressive.
Yeah, I scored them highly on that as well.
Anything else?
For consistency standpoint, if you're mentioning earlier that when they look at their total grants, they break out 2019, 2020 by area, but in 2021, it's one lump sum. So it's kind of hard to make a solid analysis, especially with the amount of money that increase in 2021 compared to prior years in grants.
I can't remember because they're all starting to meld in my mind together, but my guess is that's a lot of PPP money.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to anything else. I don't want to cut anybody off, but I'm going to keep us moving forward. Anybody else? Last chance. Moving on to Harvester Arts.
on their innovations over the last 2 years, they listed a substantial number of innovations, few of which started within the last 2 years. So they need to pay attention to the request.
This was another one where I didn't find that the numbers matched in the different places in the application. But overall, I still felt it was a stronger application than the one I read last year.
Yeah.
And looking at it, for them to really, they have a lot of potential, but they really need to diversify their revenue streams. They don't have any corporate or donor support. They're mainly grants to date. They're looking at a tiered sponsorship, which they really couldn't communicate to us. So, I would encourage them to look at diversifying their revenue streams.
Do love the fact that, again, taking recommendations, It's not a concern for us last year that, staff was not being paid. So now to have taken that step to say, not only are we gonna pay staff, but we're going to add a couple of members to make sure that things are being done. And keep the organization moving forward. I think that removes a lot of the fears that these people that have backed out, just tossing it out. So that does definitely remove a lot of those fears. I think that's huge. And adding paid staff. Sorry, yeah. I also like that in their application, and in regards to providing, quantitative numbers, they were able to state like, this is how much money we put into the community through, like, this is what we put into the pockets of the artists. This is what we drove in terms of revenue. That was really great, because through that, it actually at that point doesn't just go, hey, we're going to pay an artist this amount, but these are people that are also starting other organizations within the city and joining other organizations within the city, which is then enriching those organizations and the education that they provide.
Great. And I'd like to commend them for taking the opportunity of utilizing COVID to take that pause and really look at what do we need to do? Here's what we thought we needed to do, but what do we really need to do to help artists get there? And I think a lesson from their own playbook, and that they needed to pay staff. If we're telling you all that you need to be paid, we need to, kind of follow our own recommendations. So I think that's a big positive for them as well.
Well, overall, there's still a catalyst for new and innovative programs, whether they started within the last 2 years or not. They think outside the box. They, come up with new programs and new ways to serve the community, which a lot of these legacy organizations seem to be, less creative and less innovative than they are.
100%.
Another thing, I know we were going to hit them a little bit for not having a lot of diversification in funding. I'd also like to commend them in locating grants, because they've been able to locate a lot more in grants than some organizations have been able to raise a big diversity in funding. And they've been able to use it in a way that makes it significant.
Okay. Anything else? Storytime Village.
I think as we previously mentioned, there's an opportunity to remember our purpose and to think about what they do and to write the grant with that in mind, rather than the focus on academic achievement.
I still felt the application stressed their statewide impact as opposed to their Wichita impact. And I know I asked that question of them, and I don't feel like we got a really strong answer to that. But we are a Wichita funding organization, and I'd like to, know that the dollars are being used here in Wichita, not throughout the state.
One of the things, and I'm going to go back, Joe, I don't know if it's in your overall comments or one of the things you said earlier, again, and I asked specifically about when programs started. There's not been a lot of new programming in the last couple of years. They referenced their TV program and some of the others, and if I can find my notes, I can tell you what she told me on dates, but most of them ranged, 2 to 3 years, well, 3 to 4 years ago. They've been around for a while.
My other concern is if the numbers they reported on their attendance figures are accurate, their cost of service per individual served is very high. I mean, I calculated, I think it's like over $130 per person. And that's, a lot higher than most organizations.
On target audience, they didn't identify any. They gave us an answer about how fourth graders not reading efficiently, especially as you drill down to children of color. And then they went into how the COVID pandemic heightened that, but it didn't say anything at all about who they're aiming to serve.
So to that end, I think this is an application that would have been stronger if they had answered the questions that we asked.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, they're doing great stuff. Yeah, this wasn't reflected in the application.
Beth, to go back to one of your comments about another organization, I don't feel their financial information tied from one place in the application to the other. It was all over the place.
Well, and this probably applies to several organizations, but I really felt it in Storytime Village that it's almost like they are so close to the organization, they don't realize and that having somebody outside the organization read this application for them before they get it turned in would really help them.
Would you do, right, Lindsay?
Yes.
Or
If we might
Remind them that
have
that's an opportunity.
I will say for story time, and maybe Jesse can explain what happened with this one. Theirs came in at the very last minute, as most do, which is completely fine. We had some issues with them on which category they fell into based on that lump sum grant that they received for their Vista, which was discussed a little bit in the Q&A. So were they a large organization based on that one-time funding that was really not part of their operational, and nor did they have an audit at that time, so they would be incompliant at a large organization at that level. So we worked with them to make their budget numbers work and be reflective for the application process. So we really were working with them to like, let's get you in, so you're in compliance versus having to throw you out the window before you even start. And as a first-time applicant, we did hold their hands a lot on that process. We didn't necessarily work with them on the qualitative narratives. To my knowledge, is that correct? We did not get there with this applicant.
Yeah. You might just remind them that you are there to provide that support if they were so interested next year. Yeah.
And I think it was also identified in the Q&A last week that Vicki Klein this was her first time working with them on this process and has potentially been, that's a new budding relationship. So I think they recognized in their Q&A that they're working on it. But this is their first step in this game for the city of Wichita.
Lindsay, my understanding is that they reported that Vista grant as an in-kind donation. And the expense would be in kind as well, which we try to eliminate when we determine how much or what size the organization is.
Which is why we eliminated it.
Okay,
And that dropped them from large to small.
right. Okay. So you did take out the in kind.
But I think we have to be careful in how we word that, because we have had applicants in the past that because they have a really good year, it picks them up into that high category where now they are required to have an audit and, haven't been funded because they didn't have an audit. So we just have to be cognizant of that.
And I think we're going to run into that issue over the next few years as the PP money and these special allocations for emergency relief funding come through. Those are not going to be long-standing financial contributions. So we're going to have to get creative as a group to not penalize those opportunities for funding in this process. Can we fill in some pros?
They do great work with underserved children and youth.
And I like how they take their programs where they are, particularly when they had the services at the free meal brought up those locations.
Any other comments?
To the point of earlier conversation for this group, do we want to have a point of clarification to ensure their application is reflective of literature versus literacy? Is there any official feedback we can provide on that dissemination?
I would say, because I hate to start telling people, here's how you might try and manipulate a loophole. You know, there are some, you all have seen my scoring sheets, that I gave zeros in the mission, because their mission says nothing about arts and culture, not this particular organization, but others. So if their mission is what it is, I'm not going to dictate to somebody they change their mission, but I think they need to figure out and look at the questions in the applications and do we fit for this funding stream? And I would say that to anyone. Do we fit to apply for this funding stream? And if you do, great, then answer the questions succinctly and completely. And I would say that to any application. So I don't know that I wouldn't want to make that comment, but I'll leave it up to that group.
I think there's ways that this particular application could, for constructive purposes, I feel they focus too much on the educational aspect of the grant form as opposed to the larger cultural benefit.
And I think, Dominic, that's a great way to say it. And I think it applies to several, you know, like Joe was talking about the statewide mission versus local. This is about Wichita. It's about culture.
Yeah.
And if they remember that.
Thank you.
Hey, moving right along, McCormick School Museum. I wish them the best.
I agree. I think that was, tough. There was even one point in the Q&A where we asked about programming. And they were like, yeah, we did something back, and I think they said 93. Yeah. So
Good memories, huh?
yeah, and I was 3 years old.
Thank you for that.
But I do think that, for them, my recommendation would, I would definitely like to provide a recommendation that they, bring something on that can help with programming and identifying programming opportunities.
I don't know that they've got the wherewithal to do that. They have no earned income. You know, they've been a support organization primarily, and now they've been given this large building that has lots of repair issues. I think they've got a huge uphill struggle. I feel for them because their heart is there. I'm just glad it's them and not me. But, you know, I do have some concerns. They're going to have to, there's so many things they need to look at. They don't have solid programming. I agree with you, but they also have no earned income. I don't know how they're going to get money.
I feel like we're funding the startup at this point.
Yeah.
It feels that way, although they're not technically because of how long they've been around. It's just now their role has taken.
But yeah, but they are and they aren't because they've been around a long time, but their operation has changed dramatically when they acquired the building and became responsible for, you know,
That was
everything.
That was about a year ago, right? Last
Yeah.
May or something. So they've been.
I mean, there's also other things like really paying attention to the wording of the application, because I think for one of their partnerships, they listed their technician.
Yeah, I mean, they,
Right.
I made that, they know the collaboration that we'd really like to see, but what the service they provide, there are a plethora of options they can go to with other cultural organizations to partner with. And they, in their long term, have not even considered that opportunity.
I will say I thought it was a pro that over 300 people turned out for their kickoff event when that ownership transferred. Like, that's a lot of people.
And they
doing
make
that.
money off of it too.
Yeah.
My
So-
parents are not gonna get more money off of it beyond that.
We're asking to encourage them to apply for a developing art grant next year. 'Cause, I mean, this is exactly what those developing art grants are for. To try to develop additional capacity, and if any organization needs it, they do.
This one could be tricky with, and my memory fails me exactly on this situation, but if they were over the operational history based on the nonprofit versus the organization history.
But they've been a nonprofit for years. It's just
And the
how
developing,
it's changed.
right, but the developing arts has a limitation of 3 years and under, so it has to be so they wouldn't
They
qualify
wouldn't.
based on that.
And they're asking
I
for
were-
a tiny amount of money too, just a tiny amount of money.
Right.
Well,
And they need
to qualify for a time.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the issue. They, because of. It's based on operational sites from the prior year, and so
Yeah.
since they've had
Well,
really small, the max they could ask for, I think, was really, really low.
much of their funding was in kind.
And it's a worthy cause, and like, it's not very a lot of skin off our back to help them a little bit, because they're not asked, they can't ask for very much. I just don't see much, what harm may come with that.
Can we vote to make an exception to, what is it, 2 year, 3 year?
For development,
Yeah.
but they've.
They did
Let's
not
not bring that
apply for
into
that.
today's discussion. Maybe we want to talk about that when we look post, at what we want to do with developing arts. Do we want to extend that or what have you?
I will say, I liked how they proposed using the city funds to cover some of the operational things like utilities, so that they can focus more
Yeah,
on their programming and promotion thereof. So they're being smart about it.
Any other comments that we want to share with these folks?
I can offer a staff pro, they have a significant volunteer base,
Yes.
which is not a preference.
It would be helpful if they could expand their board knowledge and I don't know how I want to say it. I mean, right now, they've got a lot of retired school people.
expand the range of
Expertise, yes, on the board. I mean, they need a fundraiser, they need, programmer. I mean, there are just a lot of things they need that they might be able to add via board members.
A contractor might not be a bad idea.
Yeah.
They can't pay 'em.
Well, but they got that. Who was it?
Somebody.
Yeah, somebody that's providing a lot of their work. on a
They need
remote
somebody
basis.
that, yeah, I'm with you, and it's in the building trade that can tell them whether.
Or more than one.
Yeah.
Another positive is the drone video that they managed to make, which I think is very helpful.
Yeah.
To get the story out to people.
And forward thinking.
Yeah,
All right. Moving along, we can sketch, Wichita Creek Center Lines, arts partners. I'm having it happen again, guys, just like the other day.
I just think this is the gold star of the medium size
Yeah.
arts organization. What would happen if someone like Melanie stopped doing what she was doing, like how much loss would be experienced in the community? Just like super impressed, and like, I think, was it her case, there was, list all your innovative programming, it's like, well, how much time you got? And the answer is like, boom. Yeah.
This is an organization that, when I first got on this committee 4 or 5 years ago, I had concerns about whether or not they were going to survive. This woman has, with all of her board, has turned that around. It's reflected in their application. Their application is night and day better than it was when I first started here. And so kudos for improving everything about not only the programs offered, but the financial stability as well.
Yeah, that's what really hit me, although her earned income is down. She's done stuff to create a membership portal on the website to protect the artists. She's pre-recorded content. Yeah, she's did some really good things to, and took advantage of the federal funding that was out there to help during shutdowns. I mean, it was a strong application.
And beyond that, I mean, she got Department of Education grant. for
Yeah.
like, what,
Another 3 years,
1.6?
yeah.
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 I mean, how many other organizations that have we seen who have gotten a grant of that substance?
I think it's also, it would also be great to mention that we do have other applicants that specifically mention their collaborations.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a great
Yeah.
point.
And
And
that
that's,
doesn't even give the extent of how many organizations she's collaborated with.
and that's key, because one of the things I noticed is she only mentions one collaboration in her application. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Like, yes, so.
Yeah, I think she did a nice job of really emphasizing, like, if this organization went away, USD 259 and the students there would really suffer in terms of their exposure to the arts and benefiting from them. And I also have to commend her for the breadth of cultures that she brings to the students. I didn't see anybody else mention Swahili.
Yeah.
She mentions Vietnamese. She's got a partnership with the Native American Indian Education Program, like, it's well done.
It's very diverse, deeper symbols to so many other things. It's just been huge.
Well, and she's been able to take her staff from several of them from a part-time status to a full-time
Right.
status. And that's a huge step forward for any organization.
And I did think, even though some of it may have been instigated by at the request of the school district, but looking at expanding their programming into ESOL and intergenerational offerings, that's pretty big too.
Oh, if the school district didn't think she was capable, they
Right.
probably wouldn't have asked.
Any other comments for Arts Park? Don't want to cut anybody off. Progress.
I felt also this application showed improvement from last year, and it was clear that having an executive director with a strong vision and highly motivated can make an impact that's tangible in the application a year later. Whereas I think she was a new hire at the point when they applied, and we all love Tallgrass, but we all know they struggle. And it's just what I see in this application is like a firm vision and like growth. The membership program that they were talking about doesn't seem like it's had a lot of people, but it's like as a pilot program, it met their success. I think being able to have a year-round presence with a small, tiny micro screening cinema, we'll see if that takes off. I hope it does. That's a great step forward. It reflects well on them. They were able to, that's like a coup for a tiny organization like that.
Yeah, and I would commend them for developing more year-round programming and making more of an impact in the community and more visibility in the community as well.
And I'm going to build off what Sam said on their strategic plan. Not only did they do a new strategic plan, they implemented a new strategic plan.
Yeah.
And so they've made, year-round programming. They've reached out to unusual or, underserved representation in the community, LGBTQ, Blacks, women, so they've really tried to be open and provide programming for everybody in the community.
There's
In captioning, film captioning.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Their roster of board members too, I was struck by the diversity.
Yes.
To McCormick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really nice job. Anything to work on? For progress?
Yeah, let's see.
Well, probably to increase their overall revenues, that's always been their struggle. And I'm with you. I hope memberships take off for them. But I think they need to probably look a little bit, same on the diversification of the revenue streams. Because right now, they received 2 PPP grants and some EIRC credits. And so, that could inflate the bottom line and make them think they're a little bit more comfortable right now than maybe they are. So I think, there's some challenges financially for them. So probably I tell them to diversify their revenue streams, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Kansas African American Museum.
The work that they do is really good, but it was such a hard application for me to read because of the number of errors that were in it. They really need to work on that.
It's almost like it wasn't proofread or something
Yeah.
before they submitted.
Well, there was one point where it just ended with, I can't remember now what they were discussing, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there was supposed to be something. I mean, would have been an easy one for a proofreader to catch. Again, the numbers were hard to track from one place in the application to another. You know, at one point, their revenue showed $1.2 million, another place it showed $1.9 million. You know,
Well, and I think it wasn't clear to me for a while that they were in the capital campaign. And I felt
they
that
didn't
was
mention
really,
it at all.
that was skewing the numbers. And once I figured that
Yeah,
out, that was
right.
helpful, but
They
Having that
literally like hid that because they could have said that. There's
Yeah.
nothing in the narrative that said they were. And I think that's what, I mean, I suspect that's the announcement's gonna be that they're making in August 4. But that seems weird to not mention that.
well, but the very fact that they already have the tax credits.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, there is information to the
Yeah.
public.
yeah.
Well, and I hate to beat a dead horse, but it was really, really difficult to figure out what the Trailblazer was. Is it an attendance thing or is it a fundraiser? And that confused the thing. The other thing that they still have limited programming. There's not a lot of new and innovative, but I do think they should be commended for raising the money they've already raised for the facility, because this group has had difficulty in the past of getting anywhere close to that number.
So the Trailblazer is their annual fundraising event that they had to switch to streaming.
Yeah.
And they were able to solicit a huge amount of donations by streaming it and saw a lot more people do that. So that's a big innovation. I think that even more specifically to what Cynthia was saying, they need coaching on preparing this application because the way they answer the question is like, here's a sentence. Let me give you an example and spend the rest of my answer on this example.
Right.
Okay, you haven't really answered the question. I've got a great example. If you were talking to me in an elevator, I might be persuaded by your charisma. However, on an application, it's not working. Someone needs to notice that and tell them this is not going to work. No. So they need a coach.
Yeah.
I'd like to touch on again, I think it was really big that they continued in using digital platforms. And however, it was a bit underwhelmed in the fact that, like last year, we saw a lot of progress. So they were like, okay, well, we were going through the pandemic. So we engaged this, we did that, and we expanded to this, and we recognized that we need to go statewide. And like, it was like, oh, wow, so next year's gonna be crazy. And so I feel like they stopped some of those things all of a sudden that maybe should have been continued, or maybe they just didn't talk about it. I don't know. I feel like continuing in some of those efforts will make a significant impact.
I did notice that there didn't seem to be continuing the momentum of the revelations from last year. I wonder how much of that oxygen is taken up by the fundraising for the capital campaign, but I mean, that's speculation, but.
In the past, they've told us that they were attempting to expand their board to include members from outside the Wichita area, since it is the Kansas African American Museum. And it looks like they were successful this year. They had several members. Oh, it seems like Topeka, Garden City, and Kansas City maybe. So I would commend them for following through on that.
Yeah, right.
I would also add just the number and the quality of the partnerships that they mentioned. It was kind of sprinkled throughout, but I thought they did a great job utilizing the, the collaboration section, really emphasizing like working with the League of Women Voters and Advanced Library, Exploration Place, Forward, all these, good collaboration work.
And they were another one in terms of collaboration that we also saw a couple of other times.
Definitely.
For other applicants as well. And then I don't think that even covers the amount of collaborations that they've done in the community. But it is commendable that they did so many. And I think there are a lot of places now that began to rely on them for certain things.
I felt that too, reading through the applications.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Moving right along, Friends of Great Plains Nature Center.
I would love to commend their approach at connecting with you. I think some of the terminology that they use to connect with you is a bit refreshing, because so often I see organizations where they'll do something for the youth, but if you read it, you would think it was for adults. You can look at what they're using for the terminology for their programming for the youth and tell that this is a kids event, that maybe somebody heard their kid talking to that to the parents. I think that was really, to me, I'd like to commend that. Connecting with the youth is important.
They're also doing a lot of youth programming. They said they present 837 programs, which is a tremendous amount of work and contribution.
Yeah. I think I thought the application was a lot stronger this year than last year, or at least so much stronger. And I think they've needed a greater emphasis on fundraising, and they identified that last year when they were meeting with us, and they've successfully hired that role. And I think that's a really positive step, and it's reflected in the application, telling the story better, and making a better case for the organization's impact. So I think that's a positive.
And I think they did a really nice job, or at least it's the first time I really thought, I understand how you're going to use our dollars and what you do.
Yeah.
And so they actually pay for some of the staff that's working
Yes.
at Great Plains, which made it much, much clearer in my mind as to the relationship. The other thing that, to go back to your overall comments, this is one of the ones that I thought did a really nice job on demonstrating their economic impact, and did it with external data, a third person narrative or third person data, which brings more credibility to the data. So I thought they did a nice job on that.
And I'd like to build on what Nadine said about the youth programming, that they are trying to expand that to underserved populations that typically aren't exposed to Great Plains Nature Center.
Yeah, that's right. Last year we were like not clear on the relationship of the funding organization to the organization. And they did, I was not clear. I was not at all unclear this time. And that wasn't because I remembered. It was just because like this presented so much more clearly articulating the relationship between the four partner entities that support the Great Plains Center.
And their roles.
Yeah, like that was really huge.
Well, I mean, they're a true support organization.
Yeah.
I mean, and that came through in the application. One place I thought they were a little weak was in their future exhibits. They,
It wasn't even a whole sentence.
Yeah. It was like, it's like, we don't have space.
There's one thing.
Yeah. We run out of room overall.
Just next year.
And from the looks of it and the progress that they've made, I mean, they have a lot of future exhibits that they can talk about. I mean, you can see evidence of that throughout the application, but yeah, we got to talk about it. Let us know what's going on.
right. Don't hide it.
Yeah.
I would say for room for improvement, they talk about the 837 youth programs. It feels like a lot of that was based on field trips, and I'd like a little more information on these at-risk kids and how they're reaching them be outside of the school.
They did say that they partnered with the city of Wichita Park and Rec program to get the Go Play Nature calling backpacks to kids in their centers. And some outreach.
Okay, moving right along. Wichita Children's Theater and Dance Center.
One of the best things about them, or the things that I loved about them, was that diversity for them was not limited to race. So often we get organizations where when you ask about diversity, they say, well, you know, we did something where we went to a school that had 4 Black kids. And it's like, there's so much more that you can be doing. And they talked about how they were looking at kids with disabilities, and kids of several different races and ethnicities and all that. And I think that is very important, because diversification is not limited to race. And there's so many other people that need to see themselves on that stage. So that I want to really commend them on.
I think they're one of the organizations that goes back to what Dan was saying, in that, you know, they struggle financially every year and survive every year.
Yeah.
So kudos to them for being able to continue to exist in a challenging environment.
I mean, just based on the nature of the organization too, I think their youth programming is pretty compelling, because that's, I mean, we've been doing it for 70 years, and they're sole focus, so.
Yeah.
They deserve a high score in that.
Are we gonna compel them to get another audit anytime soon?
Depends on whether they get big enough or not. So right now they're in the medium category.
Well, I think another thing that, you know, due to the pandemic, a majority of their funds came in through fundraising and grants, as everyone's did, as opposed to earned revenue. But if you look at their attendance numbers, they're almost back up to their pre-pandemic levels. So I think kudos for that. That's no small feat.
And I think it's kudos that their attendance to the classes, she said, are back to, almost back, or maybe are back to where they were pre-pandemic.
Well, the fact, I mean, it's a positive in my mind that they were able to continue operating during the pandemic. They figured out ways to continue to, you know, have in-person and certainly online classes and performances. And sounds like they did it quickly.
I like the fact that they looked at things like open streets, which some organizations tend to overlook as a great way to bring visibility to their activities.
Any suggestions on how they can improve their application?
A little more detail on the collaborations, particularly talk about the students of Butler County Community College, maybe working in how that's beneficial to the kids a little more. So the other collaborations they listed, the touring company, which is outside of Wichita, we're Wellington on there. And the USC 259, obvious collaboration, but maybe something you can expand upon those some. And then I guess Joe's order point, like we have pretty much everybody, the financial community outcome at the end, that last question, but everyone needs to work on that for the most part.
It may have been just mine. This is a clerical issue in that the financial statement copies that were included in my application were faded and hard to read.
Yes, that is true.
And I think, one of the other things that drove me a little bit crazy for a while is that the month and year to date were the same, and I asked that question in Q&A, and it's a function of their software that they use, so, yeah.
Talk about breaking down their expenses. Well, I'm not their accountant.
For the, this may change, I hope it changes in future years as we move through the pandemic, but I felt like their financial stability, the organizational stability answer was more like, here's how we're dealing with COVID, as opposed to like, here how our organization is continuing to stay front and center to our audience and with fundraising. And it was just an incomplete answer and spent way too much time focusing on pandemic, so I scored them down for that. So just thinking like broadly about what's the story you want to be telling about your organization?
Their answer on the board question two was just that they try to have a diverse group. They didn't address any of the suggested prompts of commitment, rotation, or group, or
Yeah, that answer could be improved as well. I think that.
Okay, moving right along, down in Wichita.
They talked about great plans that they have, but didn't tell us how they intend to fund them. And based on the fact that for 3 years, they had negative revenue over expenses, I question how successful they will be in implementing those plans.
And I asked the question because they have run in the negative for a couple of years, and now they're showing this large profit. And so how are you getting it from A to B? And I think the response was something along the lines, we're not gonna fund anything we don't have the dollars for, and we have an aggressive fundraising plan, but you didn't tell me what that was.
Right.
So I'm kind of with you, Joe. It's like they've got some great plans and I wish them well. They sound really exciting. I just hope they find the finances to do that.
Yeah, I second that, because the last year they were talking about using that partnership with the Kansas City Ballet to cut expense. And now all of a sudden, with the pandemic funding, they're expanding well beyond it feels their true needs are.
I think, I commend them for saying, this is what we have the funding to do, so let's do it. But I also think that that's a very dangerous path, because at that point, you begin to work with so many restraints that as soon as that money comes in, you're like, okay, I use that, I gotta go. As opposed to being intentional about planning things up front and then finding the funding to do so. So that, to me, can be a slippery slope.
Well, and they have no reserve if something doesn't work out. What are you going to do? How are you going to pay these kids that you're bringing in?
I was also concerned about the finances. Two positives. I think we should acknowledge last year they didn't have an executive director, and we were not confident that person would actually take the job and stay. They seem to have artistic director. They have an artistic director who seems very committed to the role there and very enthusiastic. And as a result, to me, this is a much improved application, because it's just like increased energy and like focus coming from the organization that projects in the application. And I said, this is a very ambitious plan. How are you going to do it? And the financial question remains, but at least they said, like, as Connie said, that each goal in the strategic plan is tied to a task force that has outcomes, identification of needed resources to it. So I feel like that they are at least, it's not just something that they've written down and going to file away and then ignore. I think that like they actually are holding themselves accountable. So I feel like that's a credit, and we should recognize that either in the comments or in this deliberation.
I also think they should be commended for, and I don't know if it's come because of their mentoring, but the I think the mentoring with Kansas City has been a huge benefit for them. I also think that that has led them to maybe some new and potential partnerships with WSU and how to develop a year-round professional ballet program that they talked about in there. So I think those are, I hope they can pull it off.
The other thing that I liked is that they said, we're not doing great on diversity, or we could be doing better. And like, that was probably the most authentic answer. Like I wish Music Theater Wichita has said that too. And they're in a better place, I think, already this year than they were last year. But last year they said like, yeah, we're not great at this. We need to get better. So I feel like more transparency in that is appreciated because it's authentic.
I think that was an answer that they gave last year as well. But I do think they had some, if I'm not mistaken, they did some diversity to the board, and they said that they are now, I think, interviewing 2 other more diverse board members that'll be coming up as well. So I think those are positive.
Also, just on a technical note, I thought that the way that they structured their application was very effective. They used bullet points and bolding to really make it clear, like, this is the 4 parts of the question. I'm going to answer every part.
Yeah.
Which is not what we see often.
That's right.
Anything else that we want to say to Ballet Wichita? If not, Wichita Grand Opera.
Boy.
Okay.
I feel like their application was better last year.
Last year?
Last year.
Last year,
That was a novel. Hands down, it's better. And I will commend them on the new leadership that feel they're energized and ready to break away from some of the challenges they had in the past. I said that politically. Grand Opera.
The note I put on is they're trying.
Not as trying as they have to.
They still have a long ways to go, but they are trying, and I think we do need, to acknowledge that.
And I was very critical of them last year. I think they have a uphill battle, but I feel they're in a better position now than they were a year ago.
Yeah, I feel like on that, what stood out to me on last year's application was that their benchmark for success was excellence and didn't give us anything else besides we are excellent, so we know we're doing great.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. And they definitely had some more objective and firmer measures of success, which was appreciated.
Yeah, it was a better application this year.
They did have a ginormous board.
This is actually trimmed down, I believe, from half.
They said they wanted to add 18 more people.
Well,
How do you manage that? So
Really, it's clearly not a board that does policy, it's a
Right.
fundraising
Yeah.
tool.
exactly, it's not governance. Does it have an executive committee or something?
Their board meetings are rarely attended by anybody in the executive board.
yeah.
And somebody's living.
So if you look in there, oh, go ahead.
But the board contributions account for almost a third of their revenue.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why they look at if we can find 18 more people.
Yeah.
And
And that's great. I mean, I wish other organizations were able to raise money on that score as effectively as they do. I mean, that's, yeah.
well, they need to add grand to their name.
Oh, and I will say, I mean, to that point, like if they could do a better job answering the board question, they do spend the whole thing talking about recruiting 15 new board members.
Yeah.
And the new person coming on who's a veteran and very impressive. But that's not what we asked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was something that stood out to me, like they didn't really talk about okay, what are your term limits?
Right.
Right, and what's the board commitment? What do you expect of,
Yeah,
other than making a large financial?
a check.
Is there anything, and they didn't really say that, but it's obvious from the financial statement.
If they're expected to open their home for party.
Well, that's true.
I'd also like to see them do a better job with the attendance form. I had a lot of difficulty,
Yeah.
and you all remember one of my things is, I can't figure out your ticket prices, they're fluctuating all over the place, and it had a lot to do with whether they were comp tickets or not comp tickets. Well, there's a portion where you fill that out. So, if they could just do a little bit better job, so we could get a better idea
Yeah.
of how many people are actually participating in and partaking in what they're doing.
Yeah, they actually did a math error in their total audience numbers for 2001. And it should be like 5,987 instead of 992, which it's like, geez, just, shoot yourselves in the foot as you walk through the door.
Right.
I will say there was an error with the form. So, the form itself had some errors based on the version they were using.
Okay.
I know that when I came in, I tried to make some fixes to the form very
Okay.
quickly. So if there are math errors on the form, it could be due to the form itself.
Well, but they had to enter that number, whether the calculation was correct or not.
Sometimes
They had,
there were portions of the form that auto calculate,
And could not be overridden.
to my knowledge.
Well, if there are other errors, I mean, the error that I noticed might have been attributable to a formula.
I'm not
but I
saying
think-
that they couldn't have said somewhere else, look, the form is jacked up, these aren't our numbers. I just want to, for the record.
Right.
but again, I think it goes back to having somebody proofread it.
Right.
Yes.
Because it stood out to us, it truly stood out to somebody who was, casting a new eye on it.
And I don't think they even attempted to answer quality of life and
No.
economic impact at all in their application. So they really need to work on that. And I'm unclear really, even though we asked the question, it wasn't me, it was someone else, on how they market to the
Yeah.
community. Because I find out about their things like the day before or the day of, and I'm like, well, my calendar doesn't allow me to modify that quickly. So I think that's a challenge for them. The other thing is, it goes back to finances. They show lots of in-kind revenue, but I can't ever find the offset in the expenses. So
One thing I'm gonna bring up here that I could bring up with every single organization that put something in, and maybe this is something with the way that we ask the question, but identifying the target audience. The target audience is not everybody who consumes this type of product. That is not a true target audience, that is a safety net. And that could be something that affects the marketing, because if you can't identify who your true target audience is, then it's very, very difficult to market properly.
Yeah.
But again, I see that throughout just about every
All
single,
Wichita residents.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's,
everybody who consumes art.
It's their cell, their strength.
Shannon did make a comment, from a previous statement. Sounds like they are more willing to collaborate with other groups under this new leadership as well.
Yes, that is
Was
true.
addressed,
Yeah,
but-
that is true.
We heard you, Shannon. Sorry. Took me
Thank
a
you.
couple minutes to read it.
I would just like to add in there also that I think there was a disconnect between the amount of money they asked for and what they said they would do with it. Because they were increasing staff, they were substantially increasing production and performance, and they were impacting PR and marketing. And that's a whole lot to do with a relatively small
Yeah.
request.
Their youth programming as well, I think would be strengthened, or maybe not, if they're not doing it. Oh, yeah, but it's started, that's so good. I mean, giving tickets, giving a few tickets out to me doesn't really constitute it.
And is he the one that said he wanted to go out in schools like they used to with Opera Kansas?
Yeah.
That-
Well, that would have been a better answer.
I mean, I think
They're not there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how the mighty have fallen. I mean, like, this organization is vastly different and vastly diminished from what it used to be, and I think it's still struggling. It's in the moment, it's in the midst of a long transition. And it needs to, accept what, it can never be what it was probably, and like, what is it going to be? Question is whether Whitney is the leader, artistic leader who has the skin in the game long term to drive that vision. It sounds like he has head in the right direction because he wants to kind of scale down, take a little bit of the grand off the opera, and make it more
accessible.
Yeah.
More big productions, all they want to focus on.
Yeah. So
Their feedback told them from those surveys that people want more big productions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do like the fact that they're doing surveys though. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
For a lot of people, community engagement is, well, people showed up.
Yes.
Right.
But for them, it was, we want feedback. We want to know what you all want to see. And that, I think that's important. There are a couple of applications that mentioned that this year, which I think is a lot of progress. Because if you're not talking to the people you're serving, you're not.
Well, it's the people who don't show up that you want to know
That's
what they want.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're there, there's a reason.
Yeah.
And you want them to come back.
Well,
Yeah, and it wasn't just passive feedback, they were making phone calls and
Yeah.
they were.
That was, yeah.
All right. Exploration plans. Well-written application.
I was, they know how to write a grant.
Yeah.
yeah, I thought it was the best application we
Yeah.
saw this year.
They certainly showed innovation in programming and creativity in the programming, both in their future and in their past.
Love the fact that they invited so many organizations in for collaboration and utilize their venue to make a significant impact in the community, and they were very diverse with it as well. A lot of times organizations kind of fall short on the diversity scale in regards to that, but they were very intentional about who they collaborated with and also utilizing technology with those collaborations to do something that those other organizations probably wouldn't have done had they not collaborated with Exploration.
They've done kudos to their staff and board for the way they handled pandemic.
Yes.
They were proactive from the very beginning, identifying new programs, and they've incorporated that success into a long-term program. Was very impressed.
Well, and they're continuing to plan ahead, I mean, the drone show was an example this year, developing a stronger outdoor presence based on their, strategic plan. I mean, those things show that they're not resting on their laurels. They're continuing to push the envelope and to look for new and creative things to do.
Really the only thing that I ding them on is just that they continue to submit board lists that don't say how long they've been on the board. It's not like I was looking for things. It's that was one thing. Okay, they didn't do a perfect score there because they didn't do that, and they did that the same thing last year. So
And that's a good one. That's literally just how long have people been there? Where are they from? But there are a couple of applications too where I noticed they just didn't list those things. And it's
Yeah.
You just fill it in.
it's we've got the board list, but they didn't actually think that does our list actually match what they're asking? It's a small point, but it's something they if they want to get better, but it's easy. Yeah.
Their answer on the use of city funds, I thought, was a little bit unclear too. They say they're going to use it to support live science demonstrations, which to me would qualify as programming. Then they also say they're going to use it to print and distribute marketing materials. So it's kind of operational, but kind of programming.
They kind of cleared up in the Q&A because they did mention it's for the staffing for those live science.
Thank you.
We
I
have
didn't
two
catch
staff that
that.
does that, but we weren't able to fund the staff. They wouldn't do those
Okay.
floating science presentations. I think
I asked.
Yeah, I didn't catch it.
Still, I have the same comment, right, that it was, yeah.
Great, okay, thank you.
I think they do a fantastic job in Q&A every year. They answer the question. They don't know the answer. They say, I don't know that answer. You know, a lot of groups will just kind of try to BS their way through, and it's not a good look.
I also want to commend also the way that they reach out to the community. I think is very interesting because they mentioned having community members come and sit on a certain part of their board. So that means that they have several different people from the community that are kind of weighing in, people that know what's going on, and having that openness, I think is it sounds to me like it could be a heck of a challenge.
Yeah.
But they're doing it and it seems to be effective.
Aren't they using that on those task forces to develop their programming? And that's how I thought they were doing it. Yeah, it's pretty.
I can only imagine having a bunch of people from the communities, you know, some will come with preconceived notions of your big organization, you know, tell you about yourself. So that openness, I think it's paying off for us, so I commend them on that.
Any other feedback that we'd like to give exploration?
Well, their answer to the quality and economic impact question is incredibly compelling, that they're bringing in 1.5 million or 1.55 million to local and state revenue. Hard to ignore that.
Good point. Anything else? If not, all right.
Well, if you want to talk about diversity, then, the fact they're going to include Native American and Vietnamese American artists in future exhibits, I mean, we don't see much of that in these applications, so I commend them for that.
They're definitely the gold standard when it comes to that. When they're looking for equity and not just a representation, but they want to have it truly be an equal amount of artists of all cultures.
Right. Well, and women as well.
Yeah, I think everyone, yeah.
Stressed, and in their acquisitions.
That was one thing that I was going to commend is it's a huge pain point for me. So I see so many different organizations that talk about diversity, and their diversity always, once you really look at the base of it, it comes down to volunteer work. For a museum to acquire an artist's work, it does a lot for the artists. And it actually helps like the whole process. So that's one thing I definitely want to make sure that they know is very much appreciated. The acquisition from an artist in color is going to go a long way. That's almost entirely the work of Ksenia Gerstein, as curator. Does she not new anymore? Yeah, she's completely changed the way they function in regard to the. But I'm not sure if I should talk about that because it's not in the application.
It would be a shame if we lost that momentum, while we wait for the next person. But I don't know how you would word that.
No, Ksenia's not there.
So she's referencing the fact that they only have money.
Oh.
Rodney.
Well, I think we can, commend them for continuing their work with an interim director and not a permanent director.
In a slightly different direction. For me, their answer to how they measure community engagement, best in show. As a professional marketer, like all the way they're including marketing metrics and analytics and regular more traditional touch points. It was the most comprehensive soup to nuts answer that we've seen in this process.
Yeah, I made a comment.
On the downside, they serve very few people. I mean, not very many people go to there's very low foot traffic for that museum. It's a shame that more people don't do it. And I'm not saying it's all their fault, but it probably has something to do with that too. Right?
Marketing point, they have a family day twice a year that they don't really market outside of that. I do commend them by making every freshman have to go through that, but I do feel they can do a better job of outreach to the wider community.
Yeah.
And not just those that are interested in the arts.
Look, they had that with their billboard projects, but they haven't.
Me personally, from as a marketer, I don't think that it was the best use of inviting me in to the museum. By just showing me pieces of artwork on their billboard program. That's just me personally. I commend them for during the pandemic trying to find an innovative way to get out there. But I don't know if it got the true amount of traffic.
But I'm not sure it was designed to draw people.
Well,
to
I don't
the
think so
museum.
either. That's why I think they need to find ways to draw people in. It is a fantastic collection we have here. And the few times I've gone there in the last 2-3 years, it's pretty vacant as far as guests go, compared to when I go to Wichita Art Museum, I will always see multiple families there.
But I do think they are recognizing the opportunity to put the collection and make it a digital virtual experience.
Yeah.
And that may be where their future lies.
So I like the fact of switching to the, what app are they switching to?
Using.
Yeah, I think that gives them more ability to get analytics from it.
Right.
As far as.
The app on whether
Yeah.
they,
Yeah.
I can't remember what the vendor is either. but
Yeah.
Still very skeptical in regards to the app. I love the fact that they're implementing the app, but Wichita is usually quite a bit behind in regards to adapting those things and utilizing them. And I've seen where museums in New York started doing that recently, and they're starting to get increased traffic. I just don't think Wichita's great.
You mean in terms of the audience base, in terms of their behaviors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do hate the fact that they did not continue like the billboard. I would have expected for this application to say, hey, we recognize this with the billboard project, so we decided to expand upon it by doing this.
Yeah. Did they get special funding for that though?
No, I think they just had civil funding to it, I thought.
Yeah.
Or did they?
They got funding from Emprise Bank for it. I don't know.
I still have challenges with the billboard project with what was the true outcome of that expenditure they were hoping to get out of it as opposed to just art appreciation.
And that was, I think, the biggest thing. I feel like there was a way that could have been shifted.
Yeah.
To increase marketing, but it just needed to be expanded upon.
I think you're very lucky to have them, especially with the shift they've gone to with their programming. I really wish they had a better way or could find a better way to reach out to the broader population.
And to get better numbers. I mean, they're consistent, so I'll give them kudos for being consistent in how they gather their data. But to say that everybody walks by, the art exhibits outside, X number of times, having been a student out there, I will tell you that there are a number of times I ran by. So maybe something with the app, would be a way, because I think, something to draw people in to really have them engage with all of, because they've got wonderful art on campus.
Well, they have a world-class outdoor sculpture
Yeah.
exhibit.
They've got,
And they never focus on that in their application.
Although they are dependent on that for the primary audience numbers.
Well, right.
But you're right, they don't lead with that.
No.
Well, they have a problem in that their biggest asset is the outdoor sculpture,
Right.
which is not in the museum, and people go to see that. And there are people who come into town just to see that collection.
And should.
But a lot of people who see that do not go into the museum. And so they have a disconnect there.
The two aren't tied together very well.
Right, and the permanent collection that they have is a hodgepodge and it's kind of a big mess. And they've shaped that as well as they can through deaccessioning and their acquisition policy, but it's still a funny sort of institution that's supposed to serve as the university president said, it's the university's front porch to the community.
Huh.
But that's very hard to do. So I think they make the most of it.
So
I think it's a shame. I feel like there's something in the marketing that's missing, because I know for a fact that there are collectors that come to town and they will go to the old, right? But overall, it's just, there's something essential that's missing in marketing to the community, so that those collectors that come to town that don't know about the old Ridge will know, or the people here in the community at large have a reason to go there as opposed to somewhere else. Like, there's something that's missing.
Well, their marketing guy just left, so.
I think they've been like that for years, unfortunately. And again, I think in the last probably 50 years, they've improved tremendously on the collection and trying to do the exhibits, trying to find the right niche for them. But just getting more people out there. I mean, even I forget about them at times, and I would like to say I'm an advocate for them, but I forget about them and don't realize what exhibit is coming up unless I happen to hear it on KMUW or stumble upon it online somehow.
You should get one of their free memberships.
Okay. Anybody else that we missed? If not, Wichita Symphony.
If I can chime in as we near the 11 o'clock hour. If lunch would be desired, or if we think we're going to plow through, now would be a good time to think about the amount of time.
What's the pleasure of the group?
So the question really is, are we gonna finish in the next 80 minutes?
I mean,
2 hours?
soon we'll be done with our review of these next 5 in the next hour.
I'm hesitant to commit to finishing this work before lunch.
Yeah, I think we're gonna finish before lunch, and I would argue we probably won't be done before 2 o'clock at this rate. I think we're gonna have to do a lot of math there to get the scores reflective of our comments so far, or the amounts. So I
So
think
yes,
lunch.
order lunch. There.
Pizza is available.
For lunch, so I'm not waiting. I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, so the suggested option for lunch is pizza from Old Chicago because it's very convenient. But also open for discussion.
Perfect, it's fine.
Any pizza topping requests? Extra anchovies?
I'm not a pineapple guy, but I can think out to the.
So how about like a cheese and then a sort of meat opportunity?
Sure.
Thank you.
And then I should leave the discussion of symphony, right, because I'm in this conflict? Or are we taking a break?
I think if you don't comment,
Yeah, you can, Sylvia sits in the library.
So I'm gonna use the restroom then, that's. It's a bit of my time. We're just tell us what you're playing.
All right, feedback on the symphony. I'll start it. I want to commend him for his collaborations. I think he's really, I look at other symphonies, and he stole ideas or not, but some of the collaborations that he's doing, I think have really tried to get at where people go. How do we make the symphony interesting for all genres? And so I think, off the top of my head, in the park, certainly Botanica. I know in a prior life, he had approached our organization with doing something around homelessness. So I think he's really trying to figure out how he connects different groups in the community with the symphony.
And I think that comes out of their learning from the pandemic, because of the organization that probably got hit the hardest part of their base audience not attending it any longer was the Wichita Symphony. And I feel they have learned from those lessons, and they're continually, to the best point with those collaborations, trying to expand upon that. Like the Botanica, their Symphony in the Round scenarios are all ways that they found they had to do out of the pandemic, but realized the benefit to a new audience that way. Sorry.
Okay, I started you off, guys. Don't die on me now. I can get the candy and pass it around.
I think that the negative is kind of their challenge there, where it's just condensing dwelling. So they've lost the attendance because of the pandemic. It's trying to bring those folks back.
Well, I think it's not only the pandemic, but I think symphony attendees historically, I think that population is aging out. And that's where I think he's doing a really good job of being aware of that and adapting simply to what the newer, younger generations are looking for.
To that point, I think they can do a better job, like their answer to the community engagement question is really kind of about audience.
Yeah.
Which is a separate question. They didn't give us much about how they're trying to engage people and helping them create something that's gonna resonate. So they can include that answer, I think.
In their narrative, they talk about the many measurements they use to track performance benchmarks, but they don't really tell us what those measurements are.
A lot of people do that, I feel like. They're like, these are our measures, we don't tell you how we're doing. Right.
But how do you use them?
And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't commend them for their strong financial position.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, and that was what, 1.2 million in the bank?
Well, and we've always encouraged organizations to have term limits, and they've been one that has been slow to adopt that. But according to Don, they have the coming year, so.
Well, he faced enormous resistance from a board that was entrenched in ways.
Well, when you have a board member who served for 50 years.
Right.
I appreciated the use of the Americans for the Arts economic impact calculator.
He started working on the board 6 months after he arrived, after he locked himself in his office and came out one day, 6 months later. Said, we're gonna change things. Pretty remarkable too, considering that old board.
Yeah. That couldn't have been an easy.
Right.
Conversation now.
Yeah.
And I need to have on the 12.
It was just telling you because.
Did I know?
Oh, no.
Just told me, yeah.
Yeah.
How about the 8th of August?
Yeah, that sounds.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Yay. Is that right?
What's that? What?
You bet. I did order.
I'm sure there'll be another.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, I like my. And it's how we have the vacation.
I would have liked to hear Jane because they have so much. Yeah, I'll see. Oh, let's do it.
Okay.
It's rain, it's really, I mean, it's a cat day, I guess. 6:30.
Say your life, and funny.
Great.
So I just did, discuss about, you know what I mean?
Yes. One running college and university, and I was. I'm not as. It's been a huge. You know, it's something that finds like that. You know? So, I mean, this is it's excited and it's put it on the other. I'm like,
Yeah, I would say some more.
I get it, right, but yeah.
You can hide it. What's the cost of that? And then like, you weigh that when you have the cost to figure it out.
I know.
Like, you know, send yourself.
It's good at my head.
It's worth it. So, you know, feeling like the life that you project is the life of the experience. For a ride of these like.
I see it's. Reminding me, but you're not. For years, because I was so. Well, it was a combination of. You're yeah, right, you know. Perfect. Cannot believe it, but now I just put my all. It's like.
Work at age to do something.
Not exactly, that's a lot.
Well,
And I love the story. So they know what are the goals I did for the series.
Not a fan of being at all. Somebody relate my little bit of anxiety. I'm sort of like. And also like. Because I'm don't actually like her. Yeah. And I don't have to be like giving a free stage for that. So it's like we get on school and we're shouting. Not really exploring.
Right.
It's checking the storytelling box.
It's not that satisfying for me either. No, I get it.
I do have a time we can we just kind of it goes. I think we did that. It was like, it was so crazy.
Let's make that. That's right.
It sounded like this, it sounded like you had a really.
Has it ever taken more than one day?
Exactly.
I thought I'd think about having to say tomorrow. But I can't either, so.
I just brought that.
I think this is the first time it's for 3 years, I think we're better alignment with the numbers. Yeah, the first, I think we, 2020, close to 4 or 5 o'clock, we were gonna have to. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, technically, we're, it's not like.
I'm shocked that everybody, you know, I go home to this all the time. Great thing. In those offices. So I mean, I have to just. My spiritual. March.
That's kind of, yeah.
We did that.
It's your, yeah. That's what it is. But next year, this year, I'll let you have it. But next year, right, and I think
One time, and they had entire facility that has desks, and they were no longer using it because of operating highway funding. Thanks, Jerry. Thanks for that.
I believe those. So they are the headquarters of the future.
Right.
Is that like? I don't know. So we'll figure it out.
This afternoon, we'd like to.
Well, always fight for extra meetings, but I never want to have not.
Right, so I'll let you talk, but I might make you work while you eat, but no liquor laws in this group.
May I ask a quick question? Sure. I'm sorry, everyone, for the technical difficulties. Am I missing anything for Tiffany?
I don't think so. In fact, I was trying to move on from the symphony.
Then
and-
let's do so.
I had added, unless I'm just missing it, that they have strong youth programming, which is not bad. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Music Theater Wichita. Well, we could be here till 5 if y'all don't start talking. Give them a break.
I don't think their application did them justice.
I don't either. I think it was not as good as priors.
Yep.
They talk about their strategic plan, that they have plans to help children with social and emotional learning, but how's music theater gonna do that? I mean,
And I had somebody
Teen
ask.
choir, they have some kids there.
but they don't tell us that.
No, they
They
didn't
just,
tell us in the.
they just say they're gonna, work with that, but it's like, give me some examples.
Well, and my concern was, there's a lot of other groups that were doing, when we asked in the Q&A, there's other groups that are doing mommy and me's and that sort of thing. And so I wanted to say, did you reach out to collaborate to see what's going on with other groups in town, before you did that? Cause all of it costs money, unfortunately.
Well, but I mean, as an organization, they have more than most, assets available to help with those.
One thing that I had a question about, and actually I think it applies to all orgs, and sorry to interject this, but it seems worth lifting up to me. Like their application, their strategic plans they allude to the possibility of virtual content offerings for a select donor audience. But one of their big revelations, along with everybody else, is like, oh wow, we can reach more people virtually. So I guess my question is, to what extent do we want to lift up and recommend to orgs to hold on to what they learned and not just revert back to what they were doing? Not because it is part of an application, because it's for the better good of their communities and the organizations they serve. So I feel like that it'd be a shame if what they learned, if they learned during the pandemic that they can reach more people virtually, And they decided to shunt that off and just like serve 24 big, very, very important donors with that. Like that, so what that means though, is another adaptive shift for all organizations to allocate resources and time to serve virtual audiences. And that's actually the shift. Our org's gonna go back to what they've always done, or are they gonna actually say we need to include that now? And I say that as an organization that's made that decision. So I feel like that's something that's a shame that they haven't, it doesn't seem like they're following up on that.
And I think it's more than like the type of delivery. I think they've done a good job at looking at outdoor theaters. I hope they continue into next year when they have their programming challenge. I don't know if they will. Like I commended Wichita Symphony Orchestra for their ability to learn for those and continue some of those processes. So I think your statement's fair that we should recommend that any of the pretty larger organizations that have the capacity to continue their alternative delivery of services.
Another fine line that has to be drawn as well is, and this might be something that's rather difficult, and maybe we'll see some of the organizations scale back. When it comes to releasing things, especially across social media, Facebook, Instagram, and all these things, those are all great for engagement. But if you base a lot of your income on ticket sales, it could also be detrimental. So how do you do this in a way that does not negatively affect your ticket sales? And still, like, what do you do? And that takes a lot of innovation. And, you know, there are a lot of young people that have started to figure out, I can release this teaser here, or I can give them, you know, access to backstage here and things like that to draw them in. But I don't think a lot of organizations have quite figured that out yet. So when they think Facebook Live, they think a performance on Facebook Live, and that's it. That could be one difficulty in that. So kind of what I would encourage for this organization would be to expand how they engage audiences online, not just show performances online.
Right. That's why I use the term alternative delivery and not the online aspect of it. They did a very good job though during the pandemic with their online outreach for fundraising purposes. But I don't know how sustainable that is long term for organizations like theirs. I did that one pet peeve though. They didn't mention how great of a job they're doing by bringing outside and non-traditional voices into the directing. When I asked what are they doing specifically, the answer was, I know a lot of people. Yeah, that is not the kind of answer you're touting what you're doing to give this population the opportunity. I would hope that you have some strategy other than let me call my friend Anthony, you know, have him do a show for me.
Well, but I think in many ways that was the approach to the whole application and the interview. Very high level lack of specificity, and that's what they need to give us, a specificity to affirm what we know they can do and do.
And that's important because I happen to know that their development director is very young and green, hasn't done this job before. They need to know that she needs to do a better job doing this.
So she wrote the application?
Yeah, well, I mean, she's the director of development, so I assume she had a hand in it.
But even beyond that, you know, Brian needed to give us specific answers.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing great work like yours, and you're being deliberate.
Did you have a comment, Joe, about the virtual program? You wanted to say something?
Well, the problem with virtual programming is limiting it to limiting your audience. I mean, the fact that somebody in California watches a performance doesn't really impact what we're doing. So how do you determine that you're having a local impact? Right.
So,
With virtual programming.
I would use Exploration Place as the answer to your question. They've had an epiphany. They can serve all of Kansas from their headquarters in Wichita, and they can leverage national levels education guests to talk to Wichita.
But I see that differently. I see what they're offering. It's very different from what music theater is offering. And I think, you know, I don't think that all of music theater's audience is going to jump on the digital bandwidth. And one of the challenges, I think he said it in the Q&A, or I read it, or maybe I dreamt it, that, you know, he was saying he realized programs that they need to attract a younger audience. I asked it because I make fun of myself. That they need to attract a younger audience, and some of that's gonna have to be maybe offering different things that are a little bit more risky to their, or new, innovative, whatever you want to call it, to their audiences that they currently serve. So, you know.
Well, and along that line, when you're talking about, innovative programs for the future, telling me what shows you're gonna produce isn't it.
Yeah, they scored very low on that for me.
I mean, that's what you're in business to do, is to present shows. So what about this one is going to be new and different?
I think I've had that issue with a bunch of different organizations as well. It's like, okay, what are you gonna do that's new and innovative? Well, I'm gonna have another exhibition like the last one.
Yeah, it's like, well, that's not.
I mean, I would question though, like for the development of the cultural plan, like, is that really the best question to ask?
Right, and for many organizations, it's not.
Yeah.
But I will say, as far as, them being able to reach a larger audience, especially with what they do, I think reaching an audience outside of Wichita is actually a great thing for us, because what they're offering is something that not every area offers. My hometown, for example, would never offer that. So if I were interested in dance, seeing them online might be a reason I come to Wichita.
It is a national brand. I mean, it's known as a feeder
It is.
program.
That's very huge. So it could be an attractive to more artists for the community and people that engage in what they do. It's just a matter of how they go about doing it. There are also several ways to where they can find out where these people are watching from. It's just, I don't think they mentioned.
But are they doing
anything
that?
about they're not doing it
Right.
right. So that's something I would say that they need to do. Gather data on where their audience is located, when they do, their online streams, because it seems like they're gonna be leaning towards that a little bit more.
I just think I'm not wanting to make a point necessarily about music theater Wichita. I just think it's important, since we did make adjustments in our process, which preceded me to some extent. Here's how we're recognizing the pandemic is impacting you. I think it's also part of our job to say, here's how we think you should continue to harness what you did learn.
Yes.
I think that's an important function for us. And so at some level, I think that's our accountability to the city and to the applicants, that we somehow register that broadly. And I'm not saying anything in particular about music theater, which I happen to notice that it was buried. Their virtual stuff is buried to a few donors, and it just seems like worth commenting. So,
But it could be too. I'm more interested in what did you learn and how have you utilized that information to change? Because it could be, and talking about anyone, it might be that I'm a horrible thing to have for virtual viewing. And so maybe it is that concept of, okay, we tried it, here's what happened. We're not going to put resources into that because it takes a lot of resources to do that. And we're not having the return on investment we need. I'm like, okay, great. What's your next idea? So I think we have to be kind of careful how we do that. I think we have to give them that latitude to run their organizations, and that we can provide the input. One of the things that I think he has the opportunity to knock it out of the ballpark on it, and he just doesn't, is economic impact. Because I know from sitting at the theater, there's people around me that have come from around, and it's like, why are you not using some of that national data that's out there to help support what you are doing for this community? So, I'd really like for him to strengthen that, because I think he has the opportunity to get it out of the ballpark.
And that's one of the reasons I asked, like, are you export, right? You're bringing people in, are you sending people out? And I think he was catching that. I'm constantly asking, like,
Give us softball.
right? You have people here that you never send them to other places, and he's like, well, no, we keep everybody local. I'm like, I think you get what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I would have quickly said, well, here's how many we have on the New York stage and traveling things. I think about their and I think he has it. I just don't think he got the question at all.
Yeah. But that's something I think that could definitely strengthen the application, because I'm sure it's happening. There's no way you bring people in and not sending people out. We're experts about this. Right. So I think that's something that would definitely strengthen the application, just mentioning, you know, how many people he has going out, getting new opportunities, and then, you know, come back to the city. So.
Did we ask him in the Q&A, because I do have a concern, because numbers are going in the right direction as far as attendance, but I mean, they're still woefully down from 19, on how they were doing attendance wise in 22. Did we
Yeah.
ask him that?
We didn't, I haven't noted those single ticket admissions in 2021 are very low. How do you
Yeah.
account for this? How do you account? for
Yeah.
this?
Just from personal observation, they're not filling,
No, they're not.
on the nights that I've attended.
No, they're not.
So I would have said this as a pro. I thought that they were pretty honest about that though. Under organizational sustainability, they basically say, look, we lost a lot of money during the pandemic and we're doing what we can to earn it back, but it's been hard. And I
Yeah.
appreciate their honesty.
And they did talk about, Angie talked about how they lost the stream of single ticket sales and how they were having to try and rebuild.
Yeah.
So that's one, you know, where I don't want us to limit, because I do think that's great. They realize that their single tickets are how they get the new audiences in. So I am pleased that they're looking at that data from, they're making data-driven decisions. Maybe I should put it that way.
I'd also like to compliment their stance on diversity. They're very transparent about where they need work. I feel like they've made progress. And they are, I think some of the initiatives that he mentioned in the Q&A, you know, connecting with people. I think he was someone else that mentioned, like, you know, just looking at how do we bring Black people on stage, right? So I think that's also very important. I love that transparency in his efforts. And even though, again, he was someone that mentioned, hey, we're doing this last year. So.
Well, and they did have some interesting ways to target market some of their shows for stakeholder interest.
Yes. Their take on diversity, I think, is great.
Yeah.
Even though he was only using people in his network that they knew, it was also in a way that was not organized. And many organizations have trouble with organized cultures when they try to diversify.
I think the key thing was he said, we want people to experience of different backgrounds, experience on stage something that is reflective of who they are.
Yes.
And like, that's simple, but like, I think we heard that, so I saw that written down, like, that's the only time I heard it.
I'm curious what other folks think about them taking on the music theater for young people too. Is that an asset, or are we worried about how they're gonna implement that?
Well, that's as far as music theater for young people.
Yeah, were they just in the process of merging last year? Is that what I remember?
Yes.
They
Okay.
have just merged, that's correct.
Yeah, so we're excited about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say.
Thanks, okay.
And when you add their in tray, we have like a longtime founding director stepping down, not founding, but a longtime director stepping down, a pandemic and a new youth organization. That's a pretty big in tray.
Yeah.
So I think they're doing a lot.
With my accounting hat on, I hope they're carefully watching their program revenues versus expenditures to see where they might be hemorrhaging from.
That's why I was like, I wanted input on if we're excited or not excited. So it sounds like we are, but question mark.
Overall.
Yeah.
Anything else for music theater? If not, Wichita Library Foundation or Wichita Public Library Foundation.
I think they're another group that writes a great application.
See, I would disagree. I would disagree. I find difficulty reading their application to determine what the foundation is actually doing versus what the library is doing. And I think the application would be much stronger if they would focus on what the foundation is doing. And then as a result of their work, how that's impacting the library. So if they raise, I'm gonna make up a number, if they raise 50,000 to help offset new programming for youth services, that fits right perfectly under the youth. So I just think that I think this is another one that the application didn't do them justice, and I think they have the ability to really strengthen that.
And that said, I will say it is an improvement.
It is an
Everything you
improvement.
said, it is an improvement over the
It
last
is.
2 years I've read. I had a better understanding this time than I had in the past.
And I still find, I agree with that, I still find it very hard, because the way its foundation is, it's the library and programming. I think the way they said, we might ask you, they view it as basically what the library does is kind of, they consider it them, you know, or it's due to them.
Well, more than 50% of their budget to do things comes from the foundation. So when they can claim certain achievements for the organized library, they say that's because of our funding. So that's how they attribute it. I'm not that confused by it, but I understand that it is confusing
So why is this number consistently lower than?
because people are confused how it is.
I do love the fact though that they indicated starting to focus on, and I tried to get them to elaborate on this a little bit more. And they did a little bit focusing on those other libraries. For a long time, I've been looking at the Maya Angelou library, and I'm like, there's so much we can do there. We the only one named after Dr. Maya Angelou. She actually came here and sang it, and it's a shame that most people don't even know many details of that library exists. So to see them focusing on those things and kind of honing in and say, we're going to actually do something for these branches, I think is very important.
Well, yeah, I appreciate what folks are sharing. It does make me reconsider now, like, I liked the answers that were provided, but it does make me question, like, am I liking what the foundation does then at the library?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's one of those things where if they had focused like, okay, these are the artistic things that we're about to do at these branches, I think that would have strengthened the application a little bit. Focusing on like the new space, the new center that they placed at the Advanced Learning Library, like this is what we actually did. I think that would maybe would have strengthened it for the members, like what have you done?
So we wish it was more about the foundation.
Yeah, that's been the conversation that we've had.
Yeah.
I love everything they do for the library.
Right.
But it's more on the side conversations and not so much the application. And to the earlier discussion we had about our personal knowledge of what the libraries are doing. Like, I am a huge fan of our library system and how it reaches underserved populations and gets us in there. The Evergreen Library is fantastic. It's amazing. It is a great community space. And I love the fact that the foundation is working to carry that on into other communities, so that it really is a community center now. If they do a fraction of that for the Maya Angelou, they'll knock it out of the park.
Absolutely. And that's another thing, which they have focused on that more because of the intentionality behind what they did there. They kind of mentioned it, right? But there was so much intentionality behind what happened with that library, there in the library. They should have given more detail on it. Like, this
So let me
is
show you
why I
how just
chose
one
these
simple tweak, in my opinion, would strengthen the application. So tell me that you want the funding to pay for staff salary to raise funds on behalf of the library. And as a result, I'm gonna have, and so their numbers look different. It's more about how many donors I have and how many dollars I raise and that sort of thing. But then you take that money and here's how I can strengthen the other branches, because I think she mentioned 3 branches in the thing. Here's how we can strengthen the branches through a plan. It just doesn't show me that interconnectedness. It just misses.
Even like with the Advanced Learning Library, you see that they made up the gap that was needed. But finding that in there, to your point, is this money you're giving us gives us capacity to raise. It's a force multiplier,
I can link it. But I have to do the work
Yes.
instead of them telling me, here's the linkage, here's how it works.
I'm lazy. I don't want to think about it.
Well, I'm gonna have you look at some of the applications, yes, you know.
Does the foundation do anything with their money that does not benefit the library?
Well, I don't even know how I know this. I know that they're holding, or they were holding money for Evergreen, that they were kind of the pass-through or fiscal agent for the Evergreen branch, but I don't know that that's, I mean,
Well, when I say the library, I'm talking about the library system.
I don't know that they do.
No, they don't.
I don't know. Great
Well, you
question.
shouldn't, I mean, see,
Exactly.
Yeah,
So why do they always score so low?
again, I think it's in the application there. I think they failed to really put their best foot forward. And it's not focused on the foundation, which makes it very challenging. You know, am I talking about the library or am I talking about the foundation?
I'm not gonna point here, but it seems self-evident.
But I'm only one person, so I can only speak for my vote or my numbers.
Yeah, I think that's the same challenge I have. And I rate it relatively, compared to others, a little more strict. And they are above my mean generally. Because of the mission, I mean, again, to that point, it's all about making sure we are clear on how that they are benefiting the library. So we read in the application, it's hard to differentiate library programs from their efforts to support the library. It's a lot of like, the library system is doing this, which is a benefit, but we're not funding directly our public library system. We're funding the Wichita Public Library Foundation. So making sure that we know that we're helping them support their overall mission, not just giving. These are operational, so we got to make sure that we are funding the actual systems in place and not funding directly the library. And it's fuzzy there. And again, I'm lazy, I just want you to be make sure I'm clear.
Is there something positive that we could convey to the foundation that would help them make their case to the better satisfaction of this committee through the example of Great Plains Nature Center? Because we had the same argument last year about them, but this year we're not.
We've had the argument in the past about the awards as well, but
That's true.
I know we can't talk about the past. So.
But I mean, somehow Great Plains has been able to deliver an application that satisfied the same problem. Unless we disagree, I think it was the same problem.
They had the same problems.
Last year, I
Yes.
think the reason why we didn't send them as much as we did was it was program versus operational. They wanted pretty significant chunk of change to do a board retreat, more like, no.
From a staff perspective, did you get any different questions between the foundation and the Friends of Great Plains?
That's all right. I'm looking through my correspondence with Christy right now, because I know I went back and forth with her on a couple things. So give me a moment just so I don't scroll.
I mean, while she's thinking, I mean, the key point was that I think one key thing is they pointed out that our purpose of our organization is to fund salary positions, which seem to click for lots of people. And they clearly articulate the logic model of how these 4 different agencies at the federal, state, local level work together to support this thing. To me, that's a big thing. So I'm wondering if there's some lesson learned that we could pass on to them so that we don't have the same conversation again next year. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I hate to say it's a thing, read the question and answer the question. And I think I don't know what they're thinking. It's like, answer the question as the foundation, not as the library, you know?
To Dan's point though, I think one of the reasons they could score low stationally is some of the questions don't actually stand up to them and what we're asking. They're always going to score lower on attendance. You know, they're going to have troubles describing innovative exhibits and performances plans. They're going to have issues with, you know, how they promote their programming. So these questions don't necessarily benefit them on the scoring aspect, and I think
Yeah.
that's probably why they may traditionally score lower.
And I raised that as one of the concerns that I think needs to be addressed in the next cultural plan is that, there needs to be a way, if we're going to allow organizations like that to be eligible for funding, then we have to make it a fair funding grid for them. So maybe it's a different set of questions or what have you than what we're looking for in the other organizations.
I mean, yeah, not to. What you just said makes me think, like, your primary purpose is producing these things or supporting an organization that does, like that small, like, parenthetical insertion of language could remove this entire conversation.
Just to follow up, I know I spoke with all the support organizations regarding this, making sure that there was a clear delineation, and I believe that was in our operational kind of public Q&A that we had. The direct conversations I had with Christy were regarding, or with the applicant, were regarding some clerical questions on formatting their application itself, not about the guts of what they put in their application.
And do you think you had more of a guts conversation with the Great Plains Nature Center, or?
I did not have a robust conversation with them at all. I don't believe I reviewed their application prior to submission. But I will take credit for.
Anything else for the library?
Not at all.
If not, Mark Hart's.
Somebody earlier comment, I was very disappointed in their DEI answer. They talk about it, but they have no objectives or any plan based off of their 2 committee meetings. And again, a slow hanging fruit. You really should at this point, if you're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and you're going to meet about it twice, you should have actual items coming out of it, and they did not.
Yeah.
I'm always very disappointed with their efforts in diversity period. You have to understand that diversity is not throwing the show called Asia in reality. That's not diversity.
Yeah.
It's we have to be more intentional about diversity, and I applaud the fact, like you said, that they brought on a DEI. But if we ask how many times you've got a conversation with them since you brought them on, it's been about a year, right? And then they bring them on.
They started this conversation last year, but they actually wrote about the committee now that they have it, and they met about it, and they're trying to make. Last they talked about the intentional effort they planned on doing towards that. But even you and I had that side conversation. We're trying to figure out how many staff they have, which are representative.
Yeah.
I mean, they've not made any significant even efforts with that. And then they said they've only met with the like twice a year, and then they have enough. They brought nothing from those 2 meetings.
Yeah.
So that to me means that diversity is not your focus. And then if that's your thing, okay. But don't go in an application and say, "Oh, we're going to bring things to diversity." You're not. Diversity is consistently not an issue. They need to be more intentional about actually.
We mean this up and down, like in the programming and the board, on the staff, on the teaching teams, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like any of those things really. I mean, I can't exhaustively check those, but it doesn't seem like that they're reflective in any one of those departments.
Right. Dan, Anthony's point, if you're going to talk about it, but if you're not, if it's not a thing for you, that's fine. That's okay.
But don't pretend.
Don't pretend.
Because they can be very damaging. If you're gonna do Asia in the gallery and then you get rewarded for it, and how many other organizations are gonna do something very similar? Where it becomes a more constructive thing, that's. Okay.
One overall problem I had with their application was they consistently compared 2021 results to 2020.
Yeah.
In my mind, that's not a valid comparison. But they did it throughout. And it's like, well, if you didn't improve in 2021.
That's not good.
Good point.
They're a wash and cash.
Yeah.
So they're financially stable. The problem I'm having is, and I don't disagree, it's just I think there's a whole lot of other organizations we've talked about today that also don't meet that criteria on their boards being representative of diversity. And so I hate to single out one unless we're gonna put it in all. Does that make sense?
But I think we could say that like we don't see evidence of diversity reflective throughout the organization, not just on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're getting
That
at.
would be better.
It's throughout the organization.
Is that?
Even with their expeditions, like,
Yeah.
usually, that's something I can't speak on with the application, but this diversity throughout, I think is the biggest problem with them, whereas other organizations, they do have diversity somewhere. Even though I still have gripes with a lot of different organizations that have thought about their diversity, you can at least see it somewhere. With them, I think the biggest issue also is not just that the diversity is not evident, but that they put out to the community that it is. Like, you're gonna adopt a whole DEI, right? And you're going to pull in this Asia at the gallery and this Black art at the gallery. Like, those are very intentional things where you're promoting to the community, I'm diverse, but you're not. That's far more damaging than just being transparent about it. And okay, well, we have things that we need to do in regards to diversity, and we know that.
They do deserve credit for some, I think some collaborations at the national level. Like,
Yes.
like they're scoring well in there. I mean, honestly, like what comes through here in their presentation and applications, they're complacent, they're secure on their funding, they don't need our money.
Yeah.
They're gonna do whatever they want to do, they don't care what we say.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of like, well, it's fine, I don't like you.
The thing is, but I'm not getting any money.
Yeah, that's the one, you got no money, but like, it's like, that definitely comes across to me.
It does.
Why are we giving them 31,000?
Well, because need, as I recall from our conversation last year, is not one of our decision-making criteria.
As a matter of fact, it stops.
Yeah.
So,
Correct.
that's a huge thing, that's a continued conversation.
Yeah.
But I will say, in positive, in terms of what we just spoken, kind of piggyback in there, in regards to what they do nationally, they find a way to connect it with. And
Yeah,
I think they do a really great job at
Yeah.
that. So they're like, we're gonna bring in a national art that has a lot of recognition. But then we're going to bring the community in to collaborate with that artist on something while they're here, which I think is a very big positive. That's something that I don't see very often.
Shannon agrees with the DEI combo, 100%.
And another thing, they do a good job by the class and instruction they provide is of high level and there's a variety of things. And they've even expanded beyond the traditional visual arts into more of the culinary arts, which they should be commended by Funny and Dirt. They're doing very well financially, but even be able to diversify their student base, not necessarily based on rate or economic income, but just on ideas is nice.
They pay a very low salary level. Faculty and the faculty quality has declined significantly in the last couple of years. There's still some really sharp, great people there. But it used to be that their reputation for faculty was really before Mark Arts, back to the Art Association, but we can't talk about that. So, but it has become.
Yeah.
That's really too bad. Because that was one of the few really good things about what they were doing in the community.
why did it decline? Because they.
You know, if you can sell some of your work in the gallery, you can.
And the problem with that, and that goes again back to diversity. Because of the fact that they don't traditionally hire, like even the board, like if you're gonna be a diverse person doing those mark arts, you're gonna be on one of the like advisory boards or something like that. You're not gonna have a direct impact on decision. So when you have people of color that want to be teachers or something like that there, that can sell their art in the gallery, usually we can't reach the product audience to actually help them. And there are artists that have gone and tried, but then they leave because they can't reach their target audience. So diversity is hurting in that sense.
And local artists,
Yeah,
they don't have a door in.
exactly.
Anything else? If not, okay.
They didn't present, in my mind, a strong youth programming initiative. I
I
mean,
made that note too.
Is there any possible way that ASM could lose any money there ever?
didn't sound like it.
But what was, sorry, what was your question?
Is there any way that ASM could ever lose so much as a single dollar or more there ever? I guess we have. I kept thinking, is this the only contract they have?
They have all three.
Well, no, I mean, is this the only contract they have at the Orpheum is to book it? They're not, they're not contributing anything to restoration, they're not contributing anything.
That wouldn't be in the realm of their contract.
Sorry.
That wouldn't be in the realm of their scoping services, to my understanding. That's correct. That's not what they do.
Yeah.
Which brings up the point that, you know, in the application, they talk about restoration and that. Look, that's not really what this application is for. We're not funding any of the restoration. And they talk about, you know, photographing the pieces of the museum for the future. Well, that's nice, but that really isn't. Yeah.
As a point of clarification, preservation is part of the mission. Part of
Right, but that's not
But
what we want to.
operational.
Right.
we send
to
out
fund.
operational.
I think,
Yes.
they should thought like, okay, if we're gonna be funding, we're telling you, we're gonna fund operation. I see all the applications, a lack of, okay, this is why I need the operational funding. It's like, well, this is what I did and this is all great. And how does that tie into why you need the funding? They were one of the ones that just really missed the mark in the quite areas on that. Like, why do you need it for operations?
Well, I think to Dan's point, it kind of came out in the narrative, they have to do that so they can backfill ASM.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, as long as ASM is using up that building, it's gonna make restoration even harder, frankly, because some of the parts that have been restored will now start to need maintenance. They need to buy a new board.
Well, I don't know how much, this is my ignorance, I don't know how much say they have in the programming that's brought into the organization by ASM. But it looks like, you know, it doesn't appear to look like they're bringing in artists or whatever that's helping earned income increase. And so that's causing them to have to do more fundraising just to pay for operations as opposed to getting the fundraising to do the enhancements on the building, which are much needed. So I don't know how much is, I don't know, the chicken and egg concept to say where the challenge is, where the problem is, or, you know, so are they just now a venue? I guess maybe that was a question I should have asked you. Are you just now a venue and you've turned all operational over to ASM from a programmatic standpoint? Because then it's really hard for them to answer these questions.
Well, I think with visiting artists, they are a rental venue. And their programming is the films. And any local events, but yeah, it is a blend, right?
It's fun. Embarrassing. They're all prints that Richard Every had. That they haul out and run through the projector.
Didn't they talk about trying to restore their 35 millimeter?
Yeah. Just in terms of the application, I think they didn't describe, they had an evasive answer for their innovative services and programs. That was, and they didn't really answer the strategic planning and organizational goals. They didn't provide a full answer to that, so I penalized them for that.
In their economic impact, they talk about educational opportunities, but they never really say what those educational opportunities are anywhere in the grant. But
That's the only place they mentioned it.
Yeah. And I'd have trouble identifying any of them.
Oh, or
If
they
the
also,
type- Go ahead.
no, I was just, they also just talked about $88 million of economic impact over the next 50 years.
Yeah.
From
From
where?
what?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I had real challenges with that because of the lack of specificity on where you're getting the 88 million from, but they also, they don't have any reserves. It's like, there's no reserves, so I don't know how they're gonna do some of the renovation. It's kind of like the chicken and egg. They really need the renovations so that they can get people in the door. But you don't have, you gotta get people in the door so you get the money so you can do the renovations. I mean, I don't know. They need a great.
And meanwhile, ASM is like sucking a lot of revenue from them. Is that the problem they're in?
ASM doesn't lose money on a
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah, they're guaranteed the cash regardless, so.
I would encourage you to look at ASM as an operating expense versus a drain. Because if it wasn't ASM, they would be doing it themselves.
Yeah.
Which they
Probably.
did before ASM.
When did they make that operating expense, and that's a good point.
Was it recent they made that switch? Not recent.
It's
Yeah,
been
I know.
At least 3, 4, 5 years. something.
Not long term, but it's
Been a minute.
been a while.
And they took Barney back from Sinclair too.
We'll say one positive.
Keep this time.
What's that?
Attendance.
That goes off every day.
They were able to maximize grant opportunities through the pandemic.
Yeah.
Say that again, Dominic.
Oh, they were able to maximize any grant opportunities through the pandemic. I mean, a lot of organizations did, they got close to $600,000 in grants, so. With the better venues and everything, I think they might have had a larger, bucket to look into, but. Now, whether they use that money wisely going forward is another story.
But I think that could be another overall comment.
that's a big-
I thought that the organizations as a group did a good job of applying for pandemic grants.
Yeah.
And that's not always easy to do for nonprofits.
Well, especially in the midst of a pandemic where you're trying to manage a million.
Right. But if you look, I mean, almost every organization got some pandemic funding.
They did. And I commend them for going after it.
Yes.
I'm trying to put something in that box.
Yeah.
I know, we're trying, we're struggling too. Does that tell you anything?
What about, I think it's a value add in terms of helping to make tall grass happen.
Yeah,
That matters, I think.
it doesn't matter.
It's a collaboration.
Yeah, that's an important collaboration, I think, that we benefit from.
I had to come over here to try and find the attendance numbers. And they said that, you know, coming on the other side of the pandemic, they would do a lot better. They actually did. They went from 7,000 to over 14,000 in attendance. And then even their paid rental attendance went up by a substantial number. So
Yeah, that's true.
Bruce mentioned something about that.
I mean, one thing we are seeing, system wide is increased attendance from 2021, but not yet at all matching 2019 in most cases. So like 2021 was still a very disruptive year, bus works.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I am not considering that yet because some of the fiscal years is kind of hard, is kind of where they fall. Like there's some that are in that. Yeah, they're finishing a fiscal year now, so.
Yeah.
I try to take that into consideration the best I could, but it's hard. I know some of those organizations, their attendance number look really low. And I looked at, they're still counting last year's numbers for 2021.
Yeah, it's like half a year of 2020 and half a year of 2021.
Like not the good part of either year.
Yeah, right. Nice.
This still confusing. Didn't you ask them about their income from rental? I thought somebody asked them about their income from rental because it does. It seems to be off.
I don't remember doing that.
Oh, it's off. It's definitely off. They had 541 people in attendance, but the attendance dollars they brought in was 7,568. And then last year they had 1,454 in their number of paid attendance, but the income went down to 3,550.
I think they are trying to be supportive of the community. They talked about how they stepped up to help the Crown after they had the fire. They showed 42 for League 42.
Events how they had that.
You know, it's hard to say how much control they have, as we talked about before, or what restrictions the whole ASM agreement puts on them. But it looks like the willingness is there.
They just can't get in the way of a date that they have booking. After that, they're
Anything.
as long as it's not gonna compete with an ASM booking. What was ASM called? What was ASM? SMG, thank you.
Anything else that we have for work here? Okay, do you want to take a break? Do you know when lunch was going to be ready?
So that alarm was that lunch should be ready.
I'd like to make a motion that we work through lunch.
And that's what we'll make. Okay, is anybody opposed to that we work through lunch?
Where is one?
So,
Anxious.
that would be the next step. Would be for us to look at, Jeffrey, could you go back out?
Yeah.
I don't, do you guys want to start with large organizations or medium organizations or small organizations? Where do you want to start? But I think we're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to base just on the feedback that we've had in identifying things that they could be stronger, et cetera. We're gonna have to adjust. Oh, thank you, President. Perfect. We're gonna have to adjust the numbers because you've got 90, 84, 83, 83, 78. You've got 54, 36, 42, 42. So, you know, your 83s were better than your 84s, and your network got more money than your 84. And I agree with, I'm not sure who made the comment earlier. You know, why would somebody who got 90 points out of 100 not get better funding than 54,000?
I had a question about
There are
that
two
too.
more that I can't.
Yeah, I know. I think it's.
Application is improved, but the level of funding is going down. Well, I think one of the things I would mention in regards to that is like we have to take each year as a council because our the amount that we have for funding is going to be different than the amount of organizations. And I think that's especially going to be important going forward because I feel that we're going to have more applicants over the next few years than what we've had previously. So there are
there'll be some organizations where the amount of fund might go down simply because we have far more applicants to swear that money.
And I don't have a concern about that, Anthony. I have a concern about the gold standard applications having to be prorated down so much. It seems to me, prorated down so much in order to accommodate a larger base. I think there are some applications that really deserve to be funded more closely to what they ask for because of the quality of the application.
And math is right, we only had one more application this year than last year. We had 21 last year, we had 22 this year.
Yeah, we had basically the same amount.
Eliminated two.
I mean, just overall application.
Yeah, I was just saying.
And but last year we only didn't fund one.
No, we funded everybody last year. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, there was a discussion not to fund one. Heated discussion, yeah.
Anything here was, I'm gonna just veg out at that point.
And
You wanna do this, do you wanna look for suggestions of the committee members, or what do you think we are overfunding or?
Or where we think we need to adjust.
I mean, we could get exploration placed closer to 60. I think based on the conversation and then meeting the gold standard, that puts them closer. Where they should be. And then looking at our scores down below on the bottom two in this section, that might be a place that there would be some room. Mark Arts has 77. 31. Even our discussion just now of the Orpheum, there's questions on that as well.
I'm just doing my best.
No, you're doing
Sorry.
great.
Well, I think even proportionally, symphony and music theater are high compared to exploration place
So, I mean,
in
maybe
this set.
we adjust, yeah, we just everybody, we could, what, do we think 60 is a fair number for exploration place?
I go higher.
I would too.
I go higher. I mean, there, you know, when you look at everything we had in there, the negative we had is, well, you didn't give us, you know, the term of service. And, the answer on how you're gonna use the funds was a little unclear. It could have been more specific. That's not much of a ding. I'd probably get them closer, just me, looking at what we've done here, closer to, probably 65 or 66. It is kind of where I'm thinking, but you know, far be it from me to. I mean, it's really hard because these are, you know, you look at your top what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your top 5, they're all just right there.
Well, I think 60 would be an absolute, I would say the 60 to 65. Would be a good number for them. And I would look at cutting Orpheum funding to help get there. What about taking some from Mark Arts and some from Orpheum?
I think we can, yeah, that'd be fair, even influence some of the other ones that we needed. 63.
So why don't we plug that in?
Yeah,
And see, you know, where that leads to. We have what, like 1,600 or something left to allocate.
Do we need the pro and cons list for now?
Do what?
I don't think so.
I think you can hide that.
Okay, it'll just make my life easier.
Oh.
Take it away.
Don't you hate when you've done that?
Trying to give you guys all the info. in one spot, okay. So you're currently 6,000-ish over. If everybody can see that.
Okay, and can you go back to the storage shed and slide over the link a little bit?
They are there,
Yeah, I think just scroll, oh, so you can see, oh, there they are, okay, sorry.
90 and then 63, right?
This is just the large, right?
Yeah. Request.
Let's take, gosh, maybe 3770 away from the orphan. So that would take it down to 18.
Okay, so you just wanted at 18.
And then take the 2411 off Mark Art. That too much of a disparity between those two, considering their.
How much did Overage ask for? They only asked for
They asked
50, didn't they?
35, I think it was, or 50.
No, that's
what
what
they
they
asked
asked
for.
I'll move to accept those. If you want to make a motion, Joe.
Oh,
Did you, that constitute a motion?
They asked for 50.
well, I know, because I'm sure we'll have others that will have.
Well,
Do you want to start with the?
Yeah, I don't think there are motions here.
Yeah,
Okay.
See what the motions.
I mean, music theater,
I thought we were gonna do a motion for each. Yeah,
For each thing.
we
That's,
did, but I don't care.
I mean, we might, but right now we're just kind
Yeah.
of messing with the numbers
Yeah.
to see if that's what we want.
Yeah, because there's so many,
Yeah.
so many to modify.
Well, we don't have to get there just from the large.
No.
No.
Cut someplace else and use that. I think we're just looking at it right now. It's
Yeah.
the store.
right,
I imagine as we go down, we'll start taking more.
Because as we go to the mediums and
Yeah.
the smalls, we may have to come back.
There's a
and look at the
lower-
large. Yeah,
yeah,
so, what did you, Jan, what did, not Jan, Joe, what did you say for the overage? The 36, is that your number?
well, I didn't change the overage.
Okay,
I do think, well, looking at this, the requested amounts, I kind of feel like some of the orchestra that is theater Wichita seem to be a bit high. For their score.
five,
And funding allocations are.
But I think it's fair based on what their request was, you look at. the
Right.
percentage of what they're asking for, I mean, I'm debating whether to bump the overage up by like 1,000 or 2, but I figure we can get to that as we go to the mediums. I mean, we get overage of 38,
how about we do something like, and your guys are gonna see, we're gonna have to adjust it anyways. But if we did something like on the Elrich 43 and the Symphony and Music Theater 42. And my thought process is you get your 90, you get your 84, you keep your 283s the same.
maybe 40.
Yes, but,
So 84 equals 43,000, which is,
but there's a difference in the amount requested
Yeah.
too.
I
We're
get
gonna give
that.
them a much higher percentage of their request. Than even probably Exploration Place at that point. And I think Ulrich has always been good about applying for less
What they
than
need.
they
What they
qualify
really
for,
need,
but
yeah.
they come up with.
Don't use the word need.
I would argue overage 38 to 40 range. I think 43 might be a high based on Joe's point on the percentage of requesting.
Kind of waiting.
yeah, plug it in, we'll see, we'll have,
All right. We want to knock those.
Take Symphony to 42 and Music Theater to 41. 42 also.
I've been 42, you know.
See, I put the symphony at a little less because they requested $10,000 plus.
They actually qualify for 10,000.
Well, I know they qualify.
No, they
Oh,
don't.
they qualify for the $65. Okay,
Maybe not.
so this is what they qualify for, not as.
No, it's the same number.
It isn't in all cases, though.
No, I know, in this case, qualify and request for the symphony.
Of the same.
So 40, get our money where it needs to be.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. You're going 40?
Look, I'm not going.
He's just waiting, I'm waiting for direction. He's never somebody's yelling.
So this is just preliminary, right? This is like we say.
Yeah, we're only looking at large now, we still have mediums and smalls.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it all looks high because like you do the percentage of the ask versus what they're awarding versus the score. That's, I feel like that will work as a place we could pull a little bit from down the chart. This is like, it seems like that in terms of time efficiency, like we can get, this is pretty good. Like this can start moving down to the medium. Yeah.
So, again, I've got problems with the scores and the amounts with the Library Foundation and markers.
Take some more from the Library Foundation.
28. So
See, if you go with the thought process we used at 5, you'd take more off of the Library Foundation.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
The 28 of it is smart. So
Take more
what if we
off the
did,
Library Foundation?
yeah, that you take more off of it, because, you know, based on your logic for a buy, on what you've used, I think you do something like. Okay, I'm gonna say we do 29,000 for the library and 28 from the programs. Notice how I like those nice even numbers.
Only one has to be weird.
They'll end up being different in the city gives you the actual number.
Yeah, yeah, they will be. So, yeah,
you want to pause? Do we want to pause?
yeah, we can pause or we.
Will we have a better result on a full stomach?
Like the 20, she's hoping.
Yeah.
Although 25 slices was a little bit generous in how they sold these pieces, so hopefully if we need to do a second round, we can.
Yeah, it looks like I might miss.
Yeah. So Beth, maybe a point of clarification, Anthony does need to jet out for lunch. So you'll be back?
I was supposed to, but if we're going to go through it, then I'll just stay and work through it. You here with you then? Not at all.
Beth, would you like to make an executive chair?
Sure, I like the vision we're gonna work on through. Cause I think that was somebody who wanted it before, I think that came up before that they wanted to work through. I think. Okay,
So Shannon, if you're still with us, we are working through lunch.
so we good tentatively for the larges, we're gonna start looking at the mediums?
Yes.
Okay.
Shannon, if you're eating collard greens and cornbread for lunch.
She is. Shannon is literally warming up her own pizza right now.
I had to make sure it's warming up.
Hey, leftovers are fine, right?
I prefer full pizza.
I can see.
Sometimes it's better than I'm like breakfast pizza.
Okay.
I may have said too much.
Have you had Lucy's?
But yes,
I keep getting told that I have to have cases pizza next
that was
pandemic.
moving back to the Midwest. That
Oh,
was one of
Casey
the,
is
oh,
that. That's what we order every Friday. Now, your heart won't thank you.
Well.
But I know that makes up the time.
Although the cauliflower pizza is probably not gonna thank me anyway, right?
sure.
Well, on the medium, that's what it is. Art partners is the gold standard of this group. Based on, I think, they should be about that.
The plates are very small, though, so they justify seconds.
Or you
That's
just
what I'm gonna use, it's just.
Never you need to tell yourself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're a staff hire, right?
I feel like Margaret or our partners. High score, gold standard for this group. It's pretty dang close to what they asked for. I would be against giving them what they asked for though, because they're so great.
Yeah, yeah.
They're eligible for 27 to 37. So they're just under what they're eligible for. Maybe we leave them where they're at. Yeah.
One thing to consider with eligibility, especially as the last couple of years have fluctuated so greatly, they're only eligible to request a certain amount of their operating budget, and knowing that everyone's operating budgets are way down because of pandemic related activities. That is something that's like a through line that we see with all applicants. So just to keep that in your mindset, is not that we're reflecting. How do I negate what I said earlier to you about don't look at last year's numbers for full picture, but just something to be mindful of, like we're still like seeing the anomaly within this scope based on what they're eligible for in requests.
You mean they're able to ask for less because their operating budget's smaller because
Right.
there's scarcity of that's
Right, because their budget took a huge dive.
So,
They can't ask for more based on like their 2019 operating budget would have likely been. But that is a standard across the board with all applicants.
So if, don't see anything yet, Jesse, but I'm thinking if we did something like arts partners, 26,000, tall grass, 25, maybe 24 for Kansas African American. We really did a tip there, didn't we? And
Yeah, well, they've asked a lot more things about that.
maybe like 15 for Great Plains Nature, 14 for Children's Theater.
Now, that line.
Then we can kind of leave it alone.
If we not our partner of 26,
Uh-huh.
and now we have to justify why exploration pays for scored 5 points higher. Is getting
A lower
a lower
percentage.
percentage compared to Arts Partners.
I think you're gonna have that all the time, and I think,
Ignore them.
because one is large. And so, and we've said all along, the largest will compete with larges and mediums will compete with mediums. So I'm more comfortable arguing that. Should I need to? And
Yeah, my only, issue is. We go in terms of twice the amount. And we can't necessarily use a de-escalated scale because ours partners will be able to give them their full requested amount. Once we come down to TCAM, and how is that proportionately to the amount that they requested if we give them, is that 24?
I think I did them 24.
Yeah, not
So, yeah.
whether we see him about where they are. At the 26 range.
So then to have some link with the scores, you want to do 26.5 or 27 for Tallgrass?
I could do 26.5 for progress.
For now, I think I really am uncomfortable with going 100% of their ask, but I think you have to in this scenario go with the 27 for arts partners.
Now, my challenge is now where we are now, I feel that the issue scoring wise with the Wichita Children's Theater with their score and then that percentage that they're getting compared to Even Valley Wichita.
Right.
Too low. Throw out a number.
No, I'm trying to pull Joe Miller here and do some math in my head. It's not okay. I had to grab my phone.
Chief, I thought you were backwards.
I know. Haven't chosen everything here. Maybe we go ahead and take Fringe Great Plains to 12 and Wichita Children's Theater to 18, 19 range.
When we get down to Ballet Wichita, speaking in terms of that percentage, they're high, I know, I'm saying, but they're not high in terms of
Amount.
right. So
That's the bottom two ones are the tough ones. Trying to get equitable in some way.
and then Wichita right off was probably the most. They score pretty low,
Right.
but in terms of percentage, they've asked for it.
I'm still opposed to giving arts partners their full ask.
Yeah,
I mean, you're saying that's a perfect application, and yet we only scored it at 85.
Right.
That's far from a
Yeah.
perfect score.
What were the comms though? We thought about that when it came to exploration place. Did we have quite a bit of comms?
No,
Sorry. They didn't list their collaborations.
Yeah, they reported it up.
I mean. I think it should get close to their full ask. I mean, that's just not, I agree that 85 is not perfect. But we didn't have much to hold against them, so I don't feel like our scores and comments match them.
I don't know. I don't think it should be above 25.
I'm going to major, all right,
I don't think so.
Why?
I'm good with the
Yeah. Arts partners is second.
If I look at the percentage of their ask, I think that we overinflate it compared to what we've done for some of the others. I think it's skewed. And it's complicated, but I look at it not how much we're giving them as much as what percent of their ask we're giving them based on their score.
But we can't do, I get that. But we can't do it because I always play cheer. What if I said, their score times total high and,
Yeah,
and we don't have enough money.
no,
So
no.
And then
when you have your lowest score at what was it, 59, I think? When your lowest score is at 59, it makes that really hard to. But I agree with you. I don't think they should get the full act.
No. I mean, I think that should be reserved for perfect application. If we're gonna say, your application is an 85, then we have to be able to say like,
I just wish. I mean, the score matters. But again, like, I don't like that we only have one con on our feedback, that their score was 85, like, why doesn't that matter?
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I think
they
it's respectful.
submitted lots of like pretty good answers. And like, I don't think I need to say it needs to be better. Like something like to me, like every answer was interestingly reasonably good. I just didn't have a lot of negative to say. It's what the answer wasn't perfect. You know?
I'm good with 25. I think 25 is a bump where we're always happy sitting. I mean, if I was an organization that would post 27 and I got 25 back, I'm gonna shut up and walk out the door with $25,000.
Oh,
Smile the whole time.
Yeah, I smile the whole time.
I think we have a disparity here between the tall grass and Kansas African American New Zealand. I mean, tall grass qualified for 34, we're giving them 26. Kansas African American Museum qualified for almost 48, we're giving them 26. Right. I mean, there's not much equity there.
I think 28, 29 for Kansas African Museum Joe, or not down tall grass.
Well, next year, if I'm an applicant, I'm gonna ask for the max I can ask for.
Absolutely.
Well,
You know, with that,
and most of the organizations do that.
yeah.
I mean, that's nothing, you know,
I mean, should.
they figured that out.
I mean, I can pull up the column that says what they qualify for as well, if you want that information.
Someone's upset.
Yes.
Somebody, now I'm very happy.
Do not like that art.
Like for the other one that happens.
Oops, I got a phone call.
Yeah, okay, work.
I don't know, I think I'm more in favor of bumping C council a little bit. To match, closer to their 40, as opposed to bringing tall grass down. And then again, with this second pretty high.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at? Sorry.
We had a suggestion to bring TCAM up. Is that right? Instead of lowering tall grass?
Yeah. 28, something. 28. Okay.
I was laughing. I like every day.
Trying to make it readable from the back.
What about Ballet Wichita? Like, if we were to continue in that method, they wouldn't get very much at all.
Right.
You know, I.
My only thing is we gotta be consistent.
Yeah.
We do, we can take them down to 42.
Do we want to try to put those numbers in and see where we are sitting? And then adjust Valley Wichita? Oh. Under.
Wait, so we have, okay.
Cause really, yeah, I mean, if you put Valley Wichita at 9, that might be kind of in line.
I'd say we could put Valley Wichita at 9. I think that'd be just in line.
That's a really good idea.
You just give us.
Hey, you wanna take a look at smalls and then we'll look at the whole thing?
Where are we, are we exactly where we need to be?
I mean, we're under now change.
Woo-hoo.
$135.
Yeah, but I think we need to look at it.
Yeah,
as total.
That's today on the
I think that needs to see what that looks like.
Do we need to order more?
Are we fine with Grand Opera?
Have to be gourmet.
For now.
Okay, let's go on up to the small, so you check in.
Yep. One more, let's say. Move that way, so there's no confusion.
I question why Regina Klinzowski would give close to $12,000. I mean,
Me too.
I still don't get it. I mean, basically, she's done one program and now she's filmed it. Her attendance numbers of shows are very minimal. And we don't even know how many people from Wichita are taking her classes. I mean, is it, attendance numbers are mixed with California? I just don't think she's doing anything and making enough impact to get that kind of money.
What do you propose taking her to, Gary?
I would take her all the way down to 5.
Well, then we definitely need to lower Harvester Arts too, right? 'Cause they got the
Yeah,
same floor in there. at half.
Everything down, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's pretty scary. If we take them down the fire, we're going in the process of we've been going in. Farm starts.
I mean, I'd be very reluctant to give Harvester Arts like 28% of what they're asking.
Well, I was looking at.
'Cause you wanna hire a lower.
Is that-
You wanna hire.
Yeah, it should be higher. Yeah.
I'd definitely be love to get on to 5 more. It's based on their impact. But one of the portion of what we've been doing so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying that like, among the small organizations, the leader of the pack is clearly Harvester. In terms of their logic model and their impact, like they're helping people that are creatives that are gonna be making a community impact on their own. And they're enabling that. So like, they're the standard.
As far as the scoring pattern we have to argue, rationalize. They're in that second tier, the second place, so. You know, Rise would be. They're not for a month, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a Rise is roughly where they need to be. I could argue to put them at 5 even, or even 4,500. I think by dropping Regina that low, it makes it hard to argue by raising Harvester. You know, I think even Storytime might be a little low, but I'm fine where they are right now. McCormick, I could argue to the earlier point, it was even.
No, I was just saying that if by the logic of Klinjowski, then we should be putting Harvester down like 4 or 5.
Oh, and I don't want to do that, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I don't want to hurt a Harvester.
Yeah.
I question how we, but it's a little late now, how we came up with an average of 73 points for Regina, because even in our pros and cons, we were not positive. I mean, there were more cons than pros. That's anyway.
Well, I definitely don't think she should get more than Harvester Arts.
Oh, I don't think she should get equal to Harvester Art either.
Right, that's fair.
So that we can round the number, why don't we take a Rise to 4,000? Harvester to 10. Oh, story time maybe to 13.5. And McCormick to make it a 600, 700, I don't care.
Just quick sidebar, last year, didn't we also develop based on the amount of cons that we, like when we went back in the end? I thought-
You mean the minus points?
Well, when we came up with all the different cons, I feel like there were a couple of organizations where we were like, these are an overwhelming amount of cons. And, then we were trying to figure out the final number, we kind of took them down a bit, so average the numbers out.
No, that's when we were actually, we were like doing the math, where we had like $1,000, we had to cut here and there, and we started trimming things off at that point.
Where are we now?
7,000 to just allocate.
Whether you put Regina at a tape, to make it a little more equitable. Keep Harvester at 10. Maybe move a rise to 45 or 5.
It's a 45.
Because they didn't score that high.
But for a small organization.
I mean, they're asking, I mean, if McCormick's ask was higher, I would argue even not funding them, but it's 50%. It's like the same thing argument had with the organists in the past, like, right?
Yeah.
Just give them money.
Just we gave them 1,000.
I can't do that.
I can't
do that.
Not with a score of 64.
950.
900.
Actually, I would, my personal opinion is I would cut more from some of these that we're looking at in the small, but I'm okay with leaving the smalls as they are. And then taking a look to see what really stands out, glaring at us. It worked so well last year. Why did I not?
We weren't this far along this early in the day last year, though.
No.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, I think we were.
Yeah,
We started at noon and we were done. Well, before 5.
We started at noon.
Oh, I started in the morning. We worked till 3 o'clock. That was.
Or do you want to look at?
Well, started in noon.
Jesse, can you do a percentage calculation? And I'm not sure what to base it on, whether it's the percent of qualified or the percent of requested.
There we go.
So is that
I'm currently basing it off of qualified.
Okay.
4,500 would be 67% of 6675.
Yes.
Okay.
Because so many organizations are basically at or very near their qualified.
Right.
I've been basing it on.
Yeah, most are.
Oh, pretty close. Ish.
Can you scroll on?
So can I ask a question? Because I think it'll come up. On Regina, when we calculated how much she qualified for, did we just look at her Wichita operations or? Because my guess is she didn't break it down, and so it's by total operation.
Total operation.
So then I have no problem trying to explain that.
Yeah.
Just, you know, when I gotta explain on your behalf, guys.
Yeah. That was.
No, that makes sense.
Sorry, sure. It's not really over this in courage rights in.
I'm gonna argue we not over chapter 40.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What was the words? Is that, never. I've done that. Yeah, thank you.
So the other discrepancy I see is there between Wichita Children's Theater and Ballet. To me, that stands out.
What spends out of the
Percentage.
It's the low percentage of what they're eligible for compared to ballet.
Could you go up just a look up? Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Fine. So Arts Partners, we now are looking at these 43, or is 92% of what their ask was. All right, 78. Now, who looks out of whack in that is children's theater, you have to up them.
We knock Valley down to 8 and then children to 20.
Who are you doing down to 8?
No.
What I was looking at is when you look at your percentages.
Yeah. I get the math matches there too, the closer. That gives what, a few $100 left over, Jesse, at the bottom?
Yeah, it should be just a little bit, yeah, 700. I will say, again, this is based off of qualified. Children's theater and dance did only request 30, so it is 66% of their requested amount.
Right, okay. Let's go, let's look at large. Almost $700. Is there anyone you want to be kind to?
Well, I'd give it to Exploration Place since they had the highest overall.
Whoa.
Actually, those percentages don't look bad.
Yeah.
We'll just leave them.
And make the 696 adjustment on whatever they'll have to do. Because you know, when the actual monies come in, we'll have to adjust up or down.
Yeah.
And just let them round the
But
696.
they'll base it on what we report. So if we don't put the 696, they won't factor that into
So
this.
do you want to put it up there, 63,
I'd give it to somebody.
Okay.
In my, I would do more, well, when you give that to a small organization, if that would.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Go back to 63,000 down there, Justin.
I did.
Or just.
I undid.
You, I did.
Yeah.
You were too quick.
Sorry.
You did too.
It moves on. Who had the smallest percentage thing?
Story time?
Regina.
I can't get any more.
I wouldn't give them-
How about Harvester Artists?
Yeah,
Even though,
Yeah,
I would do that.
yeah.
So we spent all the money?
we have,
Not it.
not a penny over.
I think I can move this.
Okay, one last time, take a look and see what y'all think before we.
Do we want to look at it a few different ways in terms of high low awarded or high low points?
Is there another way you'd like me to sort the table?
Well, the rule is we judge them by category, right? So like grouping them all together.
That's how we have that in the last few years by category.
Well, and that's what you tell them in the application.
There's your mediums. And children's theater and dance. Lower asking. And your largest. We said the percentages felt good. Yes.
Progress seems low to me, but it's
Seems low, you said?
percentage, yeah.
What's
It's a
that?
high percentage.
Again, that might be due to the pandemic issue that Lindsay mentioned earlier, but their overall budget was just lower. So they weren't able to qualify for as much.
They're not asking for that much.
Well, they had significant in-kind contributions that makes it look like they have higher expenses than they do, so we can take those out.
Are we good to go? Let Steve's vote.
Shannon, are you good? Oh, she is comfortable with this.
Oh, good.
You're thinking about
Is everybody comfortable with this?
In this portion.
Okay. So do we have a motion would somebody like to move acceptance of the grid?
I will need to accept.
Thank you, Anthony.
I'll second.
Thank you, Joe. And Jerry. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign.
Never
Motion carries. Out of curiosity, what's your concern with? Just so that I'm aware.
I've stated it so many times, no.
Okay. All right, I think we are currently slated to meet again on August 4th. And my question to city staff is, do you think you can get everything typed up and out to us to review in time for that that's a tight turnaround, I know that.
So for clarification, as Jesse and I have not been through this process in the past, what are you exactly looking for?
Okay, I'm looking for what the city council has been, so let me.
Are you looking for like the agenda report with the formal?
No, it's a packet, let me see if I can find last year's.
The brief write-up.
It was, and we didn't always do that, and I want to say about 3 years ago is when we were asked to develop a more standardized report, so.
And it would have been in last year's?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like 2 paragraphs maybe on each one, right?
Look at my.
They wanted the strengths and weaknesses, so that if one of the organizations contacted the city council member, they would have some basis to discuss the award with them.
And you can pretty much channel all that.
Yeah, yeah, that'll be a given.
I don't know, Diana's not around anymore.
And who? Here, I've got one that I can show you.
So I've got the presentation and the internal
Okay,
record.
so here's what. And I can send this.
Deliberation note.
Yeah, so here, now this is, that's just still with Mark Eaton and all of them.
That's what I was titled.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then, well done.
Awesome.
Exploration. 64, 354, and then.
Still have pizza for dinner tonight, and you'll be fine.
I've got to come down to.
Me too. Deliberation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my son likes.
His eyes, that would have, I would have cheese age.
I don't know if you can, God bless you, if you can, if you're not asleep.
So for confirmation, next Thursday, August 4th, 12 o'clock, we'll meet in person here at the boardroom, I think.
So when will this be presented to the city council?
We'll have an answer for you at next Thursday.
The reason I'm asking is, could we delay this until the September meeting? To give you more time to pull this, do you need more time to pull this together, or do you?
Because the one thing you'll want to do is you'll want to get this out to the folks to read so that
Sure.
that next meeting can move expeditiously.
Next CFP meeting or next council meeting?
The next cultural funding. committee?
Which would be the first week in
September,
September,
right.
yeah.
I think I prefer putting this on the August meeting.
Okay.
So that way we don't get to council in October. I'd rather start the internal process.
I mean, that's fine, I just wanted to, offer you.
I
the
may
option.
have enough, regret this decision next week.
You'll regret it as soon as you read it.
Yes.
I would say, you know, it's.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the whole committee's labor of love, as do all the applicants, and for your patience with Jesse and I, we both learned the process. And if I could just give a shout out and kudos to Jesse, for jumping on board and he, I think, started 2 days before the applications were due, or 2 or 3 days before. And just hit the ground running, so it's really simple to have him.
That's my failure, I'm sorry, because Jesse, you've done a great job.
And driving during this whole process, Jesse, is
Yeah.
commendable because that is the worst job in the world, is working in an Excel spreadsheet in front of a bunch of people.
It's like, oh, God, I hope those stuff like these words.
Then now we won't look at that.
Just did for reach.
And then Shannon, thank you. Hope you're feeling better and hopefully we see you next week. I am gonna go ahead and end this session, so. I can't call the meeting to order, but, or adjournment, but. I'm going to end
And
the
thank
Zoom.
you, keep me, because I'm looking for you all. We are adjourned. Thank you all, appreciate you. Thank you.